drums from hell. Yes, 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 yes. Hello, everyone. Man's back. How the devil are you? Chat, what's going on? It's me, your boy, Donald Mule. I'm back. I've had a week off. It definitely wasn't enough. But I'm back because I need money. And someone has just knocked at my door. So, gonna have to be right back as soon as I start the fucking stream. Yeah, I can hear you. Give me a minute. As soon as I start the stream, I'm gonna have to fucking say see you in a sec. So, see you in a sec. You won't fucking believe that, chat. Fuck me. I cannot fucking believe it. Right. So, let me tell you about my day. Let me tell you about my fucking week, right? So my bathroom is fucked. I think I've told you about my bathroom being fucked, right? It's completely shite. I was stepping on the tiles and it was going... Do you know what I mean? Like... just like a sponge, and I was able to like lift up the tiles with my hands, so I was like, fuck's sake, all the tiles are loose, it's proper damp under there. So got onto the landlord. I was like, this needs to be sorted. We went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and obviously I know the drill. I'm a tenant union activist. You know, just ended up like basically saying, look, this is your responsibility. It is literally no, they can't get in here, Luna. It's an apartment building. You know, it's your responsibility, yada yada yada. And eventually he was like, right, okay, just find a quote. You sort it out and find a quote, and I'll sort it. So I spoke to this guy that I know, who like I sorted out to like sort out the fucking the shower. Like last time there was like an issue with the shower, and he like fitted a new shower and stuff. And I was like, do you know anyone who does like entire bathrooms? And he put me onto someone, and he's been dead good. He's been here today, but he was here dead fucking early. And I was like, oh my god. And when I saw the guy, right? When I saw the guy, he came to the fucking flat today this morning. He was with this guy that I got onto, and I wouldn't mind, but this guy, like, he's literally just like a bit of a fucking. You know when someone is like so immediately self-deprecating and self-anxious and stuff, and he's like, oh, I've not done anything to upset you, have I? Right? And it's like, what are you talking about? Like, that's just like the kind of the guy he is. He's like, he's not done anything to upset anyone, right? He's a nice, friendly guy. The problem is he's a landlord, right? Which is probably why no one wants to be his mate. And, so I get up this morning, I can't be arsed getting out of fucking bed. This guy fucking turns up, and this fucking guy's there with him. And I'm just like, oh, hiya. And it's like, you know, you're not supposed to be doing anything in this flat. Like, yeah, you got me onto this guy, but the guy's like coming into my gaff and everything, and he's helping the guy with his tools and shit. And I'm just like, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, no, he's anxious, yeah, definitely. So anyway, like, you know, the fucking coming in and out and shit like that, and then the fucking builder goes, oh, I'm just gonna go and have a cup of tea with him. And I was just there, like, fucking tired as fuck, like, I've just let this fucking guy in to do the bathroom, and I'm like, yeah, fine, whatever. So I just shut the door, and then, like, fucking knock on the door, and it's them two again. And the guy says, oh, was it something I said? And I was tired as fuck, and I just went, oh, what you on about? And he was like, oh, you didn't have to shut the door, you know, because we're only going across the road. And I was like, and I literally, at that point, the facade just like fell, and I couldn't hold it back anymore. And I just said, it's normal to close your fucking door when people leave. What are you talking about? Do you know what I mean? I just said it like that. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And so anyway, he's fucking like been in and out of me gaff, like all day. while this other guy's here fucking doing the job, which is like, fine, he's doing a job here, but he's in and out all day, like, chatting to him and like, oh, let's go for lunch and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, what the fuck is going on? I don't want you in my gaff. Do you know what I mean? Like, fucking busybody. And it's like, what happened then? That was him at the door then. That was him, and he was knocking on like a fucking landlord knocks, you know, like doof, 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 like that. That was why I fucking yelled, because he was knocking again like that. And I've just gone out there and I was, you know, just said, I didn't expect it to be. I thought it was a neighbor who was going to be like, why is there a toilet in the fucking hall, right? I thought it was going to be a neighbor, but it's just like him. And I'm like, what are you doing? He was like, oh, I'm just seeing if Philip's still here. And I'm like, no, he left hours ago. What are you talking about? It's fucking 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock. What are you on about? I was just like, I'm working. Fucking landlords. Do you know what I mean? Right. So, I'm very sorry about that, chat, for that fucking rude interruption. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Jugas Villain, good to see you. Luna, Steph, Half a Laptop, Ninny, B-Rat, Val, Tori, Nappers. Who else we got? Middle-earth Marxist. We got so many people here. Mr. Dank, Sorka. It's great to see you. It's great to see you. I've missed you. Why can't he just text Philip? He's probably blocked him, hasn't he? If they're such good pals. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. No, he has got his number. I know he's got his number because he put me onto his number. Yo, based Brit. Okay, I had the wrong button pressed. Hang on. Let's see if I can. There you go. Based Brit.
I modded my 3DS UP.
That sounds dope as fuck. Tell me all about how you modded your 3DS. And thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you for the 2-month sub, Base Brit. Welcome in. How you doing? The hours landlords choose are the most obvious sign ever that none of them actually have real jobs or know what it's like to have one. It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. Phillips the Builder, yeah. Yeah. And he was sound. He was sound as fuck. Like, he was like, this looks absolutely shite. And I was like, I know. I've told the landlord that the whole bathroom needs doing literally 5 fucking years ago, and it all needs tearing out and shit like that. And he was like, well, he's only said to me that we can do this. And I was like, oh, okay, you know, whatever, but like it'll be good. Like, basically, it was fucking mad. You know, like I said, I've been saying to the fucking landlord, you need to fucking tear all of this shit out, get it all out, get a new one in. And he's obviously just been like, no, 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 no. But when this guy took all the tiles up and pulled the panel off the bath, the entire behind the fucking bath was completely sodden. Like, I am talking piss wet through. Like, not even like damp, like wet. Like, it was puddle. And it's because, so basically there's a thing in your bath where, like, if you've got a shower, right? The shower comes, and you know, remember, chat, talking about mold in my gaff, right? Well, now I know why there's been so much mold in my gaff, right? So what I did, no, not like pee wet, because that'd be mint. I'd just scran it all, right? No, like piss wet through, at the back of your bath, there's like a valve that goes up from your shower to the drain, right? And there's another valve that feeds the water in with the water pressure, right? Now, normally these pipes, these like flexible pipes, they're called flexi pipes. That's what he was calling them. They're supposed to have like a fair bit of purchase on them. You know what I mean? Like, they're supposed to be like a decent amount of length, and so that they're slack. Yeah. But this one, for like fucking however long he's had it for, this gaff is just like, it was like that, you know what I mean, at a fucking angle, screwed in to the drain and to the intake valve, or whatever you want to call it, and so it had just perished. So it was just dripping, it was just pissing water, and it was like, fuck me, are you joking? It is. I was like, this is crazy. And I was like, how much does it cost you to fucking replace that? And he went, 25 quid. Not bothered having it fixed in years. Well, I've lived here in years. I've lived here for years. I've lived here for 10 years, and he's not fixed it. Like, probably ever. It's just crazy. Hey, low-key human, how you doing? So that was mad. So basically now I've got fucking... Because because the guy had to take the door off the hinges to get all the tiles up. Like, when he took all the tiles up, it was crazy. It was just, like, fucking everywhere. Like, all this fucking wet. It was everywhere. Thankfully, it started to dry pretty quickly. I went out for a couple of hours to see Han and Al. And... pick up their dehumidifier, because I was like, well, I'll just take your dehumidifier and hopefully over a couple of days it'll dry out, right? Yeah, so like a couple of hours I was out there with them. I brought the dehumidifier back and it had already started to dry, so it's fine. So I know that he's definitely fixed the fucking leak, so that's sorted, right? But yeah, now it's just got to dry, and obviously I'm gonna have to have a fucking dehumidifier on for fucking 10 hours or some shit. To dry it out, but it's all right. So I've got like because the fucking back of the bath is exposed, like the under the bath, it means that there's a way to get in the crawl space. So I've had to fucking cling film the door. I've had to get cling film and put it about like, you know, sort of like waist high and tape it to the door so that fucking Melpert doesn't go in and get trapped in the crawl space, because I know he'll do that. He just loves doing that shit. And now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, where is he? Is he doing it? I don't know. You know what I mean? He's going to think it's a cat cave, right? He's going to think it's a cat cave. So, I've done all that, and, yeah, and now I'm just like, oh, okay, fucking stream. Easiest part of the day. And it's done because I wasn't even doing anything before. Well, that's not true. I helped him carry the fucking toilet out. And I helped him, take like, the fucking shower glass panel off, and what else? We carried a bunch of garbage downstairs, like all the old tiles and stuff. We got rid of them. So I have been doing bits, and I was up at like 8 in the morning. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. So he's coming back on Sunday, and he's like, if it's dry on Sunday, I'll be able to do it in a day. And I was like, okay, if you say so, pal. I'm not arsed as long as it gets done. You know, I don't give a fuck. Like, you take your time, mate. Like, rinse the guy. What did I miss in the chat? Certain mine is the same. The seal went years ago, yeah. My brother just told me his landlord literally put a hole in the ceiling with a foot while trying to install installation she wasn't qualified to go near, and still refuses to pay for the heat pump she was legally required to put in before he moved in. Endless trash with landlords every fucking day. Yeah, no, real. For real. The cat, our first cat, always wanted to explore the stinky, nasty alleyway between buildings where no human ever went. Yeah, it's because they know that that's where rats are, innit? That's what it is. And we've got mice in this building, you know. And I think that he definitely knows that. So that's been my day and kind of my week. Do you know what I mean? Hey Thriller, how you doing? How's the electric? Care for sockets backing onto damp walls. The walls aren't damp. Thankfully, it's just the floor. It's just the floor. So, you know. Bit of a fucking nightmare, but it could have been worse. So that's that, basically. But yes, good shout. It was my first fucking thought. I was like, fuck me. What if the fucking walls are wet? But they're not. So, that's good. And I know that they're not, because he literally took a fucking tile off the wall. Any electric work, give me a holler. Are you who I think you are? Is it Will? It's Will, innit? It's Will. It's literally Will. Right? Sorry, I don't mean to be shouting your name or anything, but I'm just like... Right! When I first saw your name popping up in the chat, I was like... It didn't say like new chatter in it, so I was like, who is this? You know what I mean? I was thinking this is someone that I've not seen in the chat for years, but I know who you are now. I know. Get doxed. Yeah. You're the one guy called Will. Yeah, sound. All right, yeah, good to know it's you. Actually, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'll give you a shout. For sure, man. Yeah, good to know that you're knocking around in the stream and that. So yeah, that was my week, chat. What else have yous been up to? We're mates in Discord, by the way. Yeah, sweet. I'll give you a shout, man. Sound is a round one. Just found him on Facebook. Nice one, Mule. Yeah, imagine. Hey, Omar, what's up? Good to see you. What's popping with you, bro? Chat, how have you been? What have you been up to? Anything else you've been up to? Sorka says currently cooking a curry. That's dope. So glad I grew up in a council flat. Right, exactly. Yeah, imagine. Enjoying my new immersion blender. What the fuck is an immersion blender? Let's have a look at that. Immersion. Oh, I see. One of them. I've got one of them. Yeah, they're top, aren't they? You want to make a sauce? Fucking sick. Excuse me. Stick blender. Yeah, that's how I know it. Stick blender. Immersion blender. Imagine. The posh word for it. Is it like a reverse bathtub? A Cybertruck. What? Susie G, how are you doing? Fighting fascism here in the good old US of A. Hell yeah, let's do it. Got my third CBI session tomorrow. What the fuck is that? Got some laser for my face and applied to school to deepen my permaculture knowledge. Hell yeah, let's fucking go, Ninny. That's dope. Oh, excuse me. I'm just ragging you. I'm just razzing you. Forgive me for electing to maximize the whimsy with which I refer to my belongings. Of course I'll forgive you for that. Yeah, it's fucking mint. Big up. What else was I thinking? What else was I talking about? I went to the World Transformed. Does anyone know what that is? I was posting about it in the Discord. If anyone saw any of that. But yeah, it was mad. There was a lot of good panels. Took part in a excuse me. I took part in a internationalist tenant union action, whereby literally like representatives from Greater Manchester Tenants Union, Chicago Tenants Union, LA Tenants Union, Toronto, York Southwestern Tenants Union, fucking Madrid Tenants Union, Sindicat de Llogateras, Catalonia Tenants Union, like literally people from all of those countries, from tenant unions all around the world. We went to do a protest at this fucking letting agent in Manchester, and they have offices in Madrid, Malaga, Barcelona, and we literally did this like huge fucking like worldwide international protest, like all at the same time on the same day. It's all about this guy Antonio. Here's the fucking leaflet for it. Antonio will stay at home. And there's a little video which I think I'll be able to show you real quick. Yeah, here it is. I'll show it you real quick. This is the promo from Sindicat, and you'll spot a little mule in here at some point.
Avui som, alhora, davant les oficines d'aquests especuladors a Barcelona, Madrid, Manchester i Màlaga per defensar casa de l'Antonio.
Soc l'Antonio, fa 40 anys que visc a Ciutat Vella, al Raval, i el Smart Rental Group vol fer-me fora de casa.
So all of this was recorded at all the different protests all over the world.
Y hotels arreu d'Europa.
Smart Rental ya oferta más de 1.500 habitaciones en sus co-living de Barcelona, Valencia, Málaga y Madrid.
En Madrid quieren abrir un hostel en Lavapiés con 300 camas, rooftop, infinity pool y también 52 unidades de flexiliving en la Castellana.
Y en Málaga, Smart Rental ofrecerá 100 apartamentos turísticos más.
Ante la negativa a cualquier tipo de negociación, pasamos a la ofensiva.
L'Antonio no va marxar. L'Antonio va decidir que es quedaria, que desobeiria, que resistiria.
Their greed has no limits.
That's us.
Solidarity has no borders.
That was us in Manchester.
Together with allied unions of the Tenant International, we make it clear that Antonio is staying in his home.
Who was that fucking weirdo? Who was that freak?
Antonio is staying in his home.
I love this lady. I love Charlene.
Es queda a casa. Ens quedem.
Yeah, don't be looking at that. Don't be looking at that. I don't know. I think he's dating Vorsh. Yeah, true. Hey, Ick and Trunks. Callback. Yeah, so that was great. That was absolutely fantastic. You know, I've not gone into any details of it, but like, I had a very, very difficult time at the start of the year with GMTU. A lot of people at the World Transformed came up to me and told me that like they heard about everything that happened. They haven't lost any respect for me. They thought that like, you know, it sounded like a really, really difficult time, and that they thought that I did the best that I could in the situation. And so that was really nice. The treasurer, who was the treasurer at the time of everything that happened, who, you know, I don't really blame for some of the stuff that happened at all. And again, I'm not going to go into it because it's not worth it. She, as soon as she saw me, she didn't let me go anywhere. She didn't let me run off. She ran up to me and she gave me like the biggest, most meaningful hug that I think I've ever had from anybody. And I cried quite a lot. I was hosting Wintry Mute, who's in the chat sometimes. You will have seen her name. And we were walking back from the pub the night after that. And yeah, I had a big cry and I had to stop and give her a big hug because it was just very, very meaningful. And I've had some nice conversations with people after that. And I'm feeling like a lot more supported and a lot more vindicated in terms of like, you know, the things that people have been saying about me and accusing me of and shit like that. And I think that most people can see that it was a very difficult position to be in, being the chair of an organization when there was such a horrible, horrible, horrible situation happening, essentially. So the World Transform was really good for me in that regard. I did get some nasty comments from people, I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't just all really, really nice stuff. There were some people who were like, you're a fucking disgusting piece of shit, you're a disgrace, rah, 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 rah. So that was a little annoying because those people didn't want to have a conversation about it. They just like saw a post about me, I guess, and were like, you're evil. But yeah, the majority was very good, and it felt very nice, and it felt like, you know, people you know, understand quite a lot better why I did some of the things that I did. Kind of went a bit Stalin mode with some people, do you know what I mean? But yeah, that's that basically. So it was good, and there were lots of good talks, and I went to a bunch of good talks. I went to a bunch of stuff about tenant union stuff. Obviously, we went to stuff about rent strikes. We went to stuff about rent controls. Zach Polanski was there. I met Zach Polanski. I shook his hand. I said, hey, weird thing, I think you went to the same school as my stepbrother. And he was like, he goes, which school? I said, King David. And he went, oh yeah, I did. I went to King David. And I said, do you know him? I said his name. And he was like, no, I don't think so. I said, I think he might be a bit older than you. I can't remember. But he probably wouldn't like you anyway because he's a proper Zionist and he's just a bit of a racist, really. And he just went, yeah, well, he wouldn't like me at all, would he? And I said, no, I don't think so. And then I said to him as well, I was like, also, I'm the guy that you retweeted when I was talking about Sadiq Khan and your questioning of him at Mayor's Question Time. Push the Overton window to the left because you got him to admit that there's a genocide happening in Gaza and he broke the lines with Labour. Just your questioning literally made that happen. He went, oh yeah, you. So that was nice. And I got like, you know, obviously I was like, do you wanna come on Red Planet? Do you wanna come on my weird podcast? And he was like, yeah, just get onto the press team email. I was like, yeah, of course. I'm not gonna get Zach Polanski's number at the World Transformed. Do you know what I mean? Hey Al, how you doing? What's going on? It's dead funny, actually, because when I was with Al and Han earlier, I think Han was like, are you going to talk about TWT? And I was like, nah. But obviously I have now, so that was a lie. Yeah, but yeah, it was really, really good. Han made some really cool art for it, and I'm gonna show you because I think that my girlfriend is really talented and cool, and I think that you should see how talented and cool she is. Where can I find this? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Aha. So, at the opening ceremony, yeah? Basically, my partner had been making for weeks these, like, kind of piñata things. How can I get, like, a decent thing of this to show up on the stream without, like, showing any DMs? Right, okay, here we go. Yeah, I can do this. What? Can I not save? Oh, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, this is what my partner made. Oh, Ham wants me to wait a minute. Oh, okay. Okay, she wants me to not show any of it. Okay, well, I'm not showing you any of that then. I thought that would be fine. Sorry. Or I don't know. I just have to wait a minute and she's going to give me like a better picture or something. I don't know. But she made these really, really cool, really cool things. I guess I'm not going to say what they are just yet. Something else I can speak about. She sang the Internationale on stage, and I don't know how it was because I couldn't be there because I had to do Red Planet, sadly. But I know it was really good, and I know that she did really, really well. So there's that. So she did that. There was a lot of great art. A fella called Demi Successi, who was like one of the guitarists or the keyboardists from Fela Kuti's band, if you lot know who that is. And we went to that. Me and Al and Han all went to that with a bunch of our friends. She just wants to watch while you share. Right, so I could just say anything. Okay, that's really cute. So yeah, this is what my partner made. She spent absolute weeks on it, so I need you all to really respect that. Respect the graft. Yeah? Respect the graft. They are papier-mâché heads. That's Han there. Papier-mâché heads of Rachel Reeves, Keir Starmer, and Wes Streeting. You can't really see the Wes Streeting one here just yet. But let me see if I can get another picture where you can see that. But yeah, basically the opening ceremony, people were doing speeches and shit like that, and then one of the speakers, our friend James, he went, "Oh no, there's a load of snakes. And they're attacking us. They're in red ties. These labor snakes." And yeah, basically they came with these big sticks, and Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer and Wes Streeting on, and they were like, "Quick, batter him!" Kind of like a piñata. So like some people like hit him with a flag and shit. Like I think Joe did that. Our friend Joe. Let me see if I can get some better pictures. I didn't get like a good picture of all of them, but I did get like a good picture of the Rachel Reeves one, because obviously Han was like swinging that one around, and obviously I'm going to take pictures of her. You Brits and your panto. Yeah, it is a bit British in it, actually. It is a bit like mad British. Right, listen. I think that's the best one I've got. I could just do this real quick. I can actually just do this real quick. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, there's a good close-up of the Rachel Reeves one. Don't ever let anyone tell you the Labour Party is the same as the Conservative Party. You can just hear it now, can't you, chat? So, conference, don't ever let anyone tell you that Labour Party is the same as the Conservative Party. Right there, that's her. There you go. There you go. So, yes. Everyone, big round of applause for Han. Big round of applause. Big love for Han. Oh, here we go. She's just literally texted me a much better picture of him. There's nothing on here that's going to dox you, is there? No, because they're all in storage there. I thought that was a picture in your house. Yeah, thanks Al. Thanks, Han. I still can't get over addressing a conference like a streamer addressing chat. Yeah, it was mad, that, wasn't it? It was actually dead mad. Right, okay. Here's a better picture. There you go. There you go. There they are in all the glory before they got smashed with some flags and shit. Fucking look. Wes is so good. They're all so good. They're all so good. Oh, you can't see anything. Sorry. Wes is so good. Oh, just like absolutely brilliant. They're all just so good. Just absolutely quality. And they were like hung up in the garden center where the single tier is crazy. The single tier is actually crazy. So the Hume Garden Center where TWT was like focused, and it was mad. It was just mad that it was there because it was just like, I've never seen the garden center that full ever in my entire life. I've never seen the Naya Center that full in my entire life. It was just absolutely mad. But yeah, like they were like hung up like this in the in the garden center after it all. So yeah, that was funny as fuck. Yeah, mastery of caricature. She's great. She's great. My partner's a phenomenal artist, and you should all go follow H Ross Art on Instagram because she's just proper good. Yeah. So there he is, Wes hanging in a tree. Very good stuff. It's very good stuff. Yeah, literally eat shit, spitting image. Yeah. Yeah, spitting image could never. They could literally never, especially not with the writers nowadays. You know what I mean? So that was great. Great contributions from all involved. Han also did like some TikToks for TWT, which were really good, talking about like the crash and like people looking after kids and shit like that at the festival, which was nice. Yeah, all round top work from everyone involved. And yeah, so that's TWT. There's not really much else to say about that. It was good to hang out with people. It was good to see people. It was good to, you know, just like knock around in activist circles again. And yeah, just like have some pints. I just had like a lot of pints. There was a lot of pints, even though my liver, you know. But it was okay. I've not really suffered too much as a result of the pints. Can I say this on stream? Can I talk about this? Sure, I can talk about this on stream. Basically, an activist from Ireland that we know who lives in Manchester now. He's a fucking legend. He was like, where do you think would be the place to take all the international tenant union heads? And I said, what do you mean? And he goes, well, I was thinking to take him to the Claremont. And I was like, well, it's a bit rough. And he went, that's what I'm talking about. I think that they should go somewhere like that. And I was like, yeah, sound. And I was umming and ahhing like of where to go. It was like the Saturday. We'd just been to the Demi Successi gig. I can't remember his name. You know, people were saying, oh, we're going to go to this place. Oh, we're going to go to this party. Oh, we're going to do this. And in the end, I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go to the Claremont because You know, it's just like it's just a pub. It's not scary anymore. You know what I mean? It's not like it's in Moss Side basically. It's just to get everyone clear on like why I said it was rough. It's where gangsters used to just drink. Like you just wouldn't go there at a certain point in time. You just wouldn't go. Do you know what I mean? If you're not from Moss Side, you wouldn't have a good time just popping in there for a pint kind of thing. But it's not like that anymore at all. You know what I mean? It's just a regular pub. Sure, there's probably some old school heads who still knock around in there, but they're not doing anything mad, and they're not going to have a fight with a random bunch of tenant union peeps, right? So it was fine. And you know, it was a festival, so I was feeling a little fruity. So I was like, yeah, I'll smoke a little bit of a spliff in the Claremont. I'm sure it will be fine. And I had 2 drags. And literally 2 drags, and the landlady came busting out of the fucking pub, and she went, "Who's fucking smoking weed out here?" And I just went, "Me, love, sorry, I'll go, don't worry about it, it's all good." And she went, you just put it out, and just don't do it again." And I was like, fucking go on. And then she came back outside. She came back outside, bless her. She went, "Look, I'm sorry for shouting, but you have to understand, if the landlord sees you, he'd just be kicking you out. It'd be fucking game over." And anyway, what I normally do is just wait for the bloke at the back to come out and have his spliff so that the smell's masked and I can just say that it's him. And I was like, you dickhead. Pubs are the only case where the word landlord isn't guaranteed to refer to an actual cunt. Right, here's the thing though, Sorga. Here's the mad thing, because on the way out, I said, you know, I apologized to her again. I was like, sorry about that before. She goes, "Don't you worry, it's fine. I popped off at you and it's all good." And I said, you know, obviously, you know what we do in it. Like, we're all tenant unionists. And she goes, "Yeah, I was interested about that because, you know, we're tenants." The landlady and the landlord of the pub basically pay rent to the brewery. So that's how that works in, like, you know, big name breweries and shit. I said, "You fucking what?" I said, no fucking way. So that was an interesting conversation. You know, can you imagine me feeling sorry for a landlord paying rent? I was like, okay, well, there you go. So we're going to shout him, basically, because I think that the Claremont, you know, would be an absolutely mad place to have, like, a tenant union meeting. Krill, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. I'm back. What's going on? Good to see you. Yeah, the term landlord doesn't really apply to pubs these days. Yeah, crazy. Just crazy shit. Yeah, just absolutely mad. Absolutely fucking mad. So yeah, that was a really interesting interaction to have at the end there. I was like, oh shit, you actually rent from the brewery. That's mad. My great aunt and uncle used to run a pub. They retired when literally every pub was bought up by big companies and breweries. Yeah, it's the fucking... It's how they all die as well. It's how pubs all just fucking die. Because, like, you know, they just have to shill all the shite lager and stuff from, you know, the fucking brewery. Like, I was asking for Guinness in there and they were giving me Trailblazer Stout, and it's like, I don't want that. I want a Guinness, you know what I mean? I don't know, Guinness is like a big fucking company and that, but, like, I don't want, like, JD Holt Brewery Stout because it's shite, you know what I mean? It's not Guinness, like. Anyway, yeah, and the enshittification of pubs. It's never been phased out because most folk don't know how it works. Yeah, exactly. They do that over here too. Read about it a few years ago. I avoid, you're right. To paraphrase the World's End, they get Starbucks. Yes, exactly, Starbucks. That's exactly it. Some contracts dictate what kind of toilet paper you can use. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Absolutely mad. Absolutely fucking mad. Just like, you know, the staple of British community, the pub, has been proper just like bowled over by people who, you know, want to ruin the fucking world. So absolute shite. But anyway, that's it about the the world transformed. There's not really much else that I can tell you that I've done, because all I've done this week is play RimWorld. That's literally all I've done. I've got the ideology expansion, so of course I made them all communists. Polycule communist RimWorld. Pretty good. And yeah, that's it. I watched The Howling the other day. I've not watched that before. It's a Joe Dante film. Really liked it. Really thought that was good. So I'm trying to watch spooky films because it's spooky October. We're obviously going to have a movie night at the end of this. Oh, Krill! That was me! That was me when the landlady came out of the pub on Saturday. Not last Saturday. Not this one, just gone.
Pub. I prefer me spliffs at home.
Thanks so much for the £4.20. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I've had an idea for a spooky pub for years. They're kind of riffing on the shorthand term for a Glaswegian, a Ouija, the Ouija board. Oh, that's cool as hell. That's cool as hell. I love that. Unfortunately, independent pubs struggle to the point of being aggressively endangered. Yeah, they are, yeah. You want something spooky to listen to? I can't remember. Recommend the Magnus Archives enough. Yes, you have said. I do. I am interested in it. I am interested in it. Will you have the ability to watch The Chair Company? What's that? We're going to have a movie night at the end of this week. That's what we're going to do. We're going to have a movie night at the end of this week. It's going to be in the Discord. I still haven't figured out what we're going to watch, but we're going to watch something good. It's going to be 2 scary films. One of them is going to be very, very not scary, right? But one of them is going to be very, very, yes, scary. And what I'm thinking is we could watch The Exorcist 2 and The Exorcist 3. Because The Exorcist 2 is very, very not scary. And I assume most people have watched The Exorcist. Has everyone watched The Exorcist? Most people have watched The Exorcist, right? Because The Exorcist, most people would say nowadays is not that scary. I'm still quite scared of it because it kind of raises like a lot of interesting questions and shit like that. Yeah, The Heretic, yeah, with what's his face in it? What's his name? There's James Earl Jones, and there's he's in Richard Burton. It's Richard Burton. The Heretic. The Heretic. Exorcist 2. So yeah, we'll probably watch Exorcist 2, Exorcist 3. Because Exorcist 3 is actually fucking proper scary. Everyone's probably seen the many, many riffs on The Exorcist at any rate, yeah. You do kind of need to know a little bit about The Exorcist to watch The Exorcist 3, so maybe could watch Repossessed. I would watch Repossessed if it wasn't like deathly unfunny. That's the problem with Repossessed, is that people saw Leslie Nielsen in films and they were like, if we just have that guy, the film will be funny. And it couldn't be further from the truth. Just couldn't be further from the truth. The Chair Company is Tim Robinson's new show. Well, I'll probably watch that after October. Hey Dave, how you doing? Saw an awful prequel thing. Climax was funny though. A prequel thing? Maple told me I've got to get people to watch that Aesthetics of Anti-Fascism video. There's so many video essays out there that are just like, you know, it's so hard to be like, yeah, I'm going to watch that at this time and this at that time and yada, yada, yada. It's very, very difficult for me to find the time to watch that. It's only 35 minutes though, isn't it? Is it only 35 minutes? I can't remember. This is something special. Everybody, with all due respect, everybody says that about every fucking video essay ever. Well, not every video essay ever, but like, I don't know. It's not super long. Yeah. I hope I'll be able to get a chance to watch it. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. What am I talking about? What am I doing? Chat, what am I doing? What should we do? Should we crack on? Should we do the news? Should we get on with it? There's so much stuff to get through. There's so much stuff to get through. Holy shit. What time is it? It's like been an hour already. Fuck me. I take a few days of free time and 2 times video essays these days if so I can manage to get through them all. Yeah, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. Okay. All right, chat. We're getting into it. We're getting into it. Where are we up to? What are we going to start with? Of course, we're going to start with the updates on the Gaza ceasefire. Obviously, since I have been gone, there has been the agreement to do the Trump-Gaza plan, or at least some points of it by Hamas have been agreed to almost immediately. I was talking about this. I don't know if I covered it on stream. I can't remember, but I was talking about it online at some point anyway. And I have been thinking that it is actually an incredibly 5D chess diplomatic move. Let me see if I can find what my initial thoughts about it were, because I feel like I had a pretty good take. What would it have been? 2 weeks ago? Last week? Or maybe a week and a half ago? So 5 days ago. Yada, 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 yada. Dead hostages. Red planet. Aha! Okay. This is what I was thinking. Okay, this was my take. Great. I have just minimized all my windows. What the fuck are you doing? I fucking hate Windows 10 so much. I can't begin to tell you how much I dislike Windows 10, chat. It is completely horrible. What a horrible, horrible, horrible fucking program. Operating system. I've literally lost every single fucking window. Right, okay, I'm getting them back. Okay. Right, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. Right, so Windows XP was banging. Yes, it was. So this was my take at the time. Hello, Devon. How are you doing? Please, everybody, go and show some love to What's Left After. Enjoy. You will enjoy Devon's streams. He's very, very good. This was my take at the time. Insane 5D chess diplomatic power play by Hamas. They knew that Netanyahu would renege on the deal. And now, with worldwide legacy media lauding Hamas agrees to Trump-Gaza peace plan, they have a green light to withdraw with all the attention on Israel fucking it up. Complete blinder. Right? Obviously, they've not withdrawn, and they've held to it, which has been even more powerful, because, of course, what that means is they have been able to demonstrate that they have kept on with the ceasefire agreement. They've adhered to it, and they've been communicating, obviously, to the US regarding this. The way that I put it before to Han and Al when I was chatting with them having a cup of tea was that all Hamas had to do was suck Trump's dick a little bit, and he was like, I don't care how many gang members they kill. Right? I don't care. Like, you know, someone brought it up to him. It might have even been on fucking Fox. It might have been a fucking Fox News reporter. What do you say to Hamas, like, murdering Palestinians? He was like, yeah, well, they're gangs, and, like, you know, he's doing the same thing that he's doing the same thing that any world leader would do, Mr. Hamas. He's doing it, John Hamas. He's just like Don Trump. John Hamas. They're saying it, folks. Globalize the intifada. It's a win for Hamas. Either the deal happens or they gain such strong optics with it. It might actually change things in and of itself. That's what we're going to be looking at today, chat, because let's have a little look at what's been developing since that, because obviously we know that the deal has been already violated multiple times by so-called Israel, because that's what they do. A ceasefire is a ceasefire for the side that Israel is attacking, right? Unless it's Iran, where they know that they will get fucking pounded if they don't anyway. So let's take a look at this report from Al Jazeera, Qatari media, talking about the violations of the ceasefire and what's going on. Thank you for the follow.
Launched airstrikes on southern Gaza, and that's despite the ceasefire in place now in its second week. There's no immediate comment coming from the Israeli military, but these latest pictures show the strikes in Rafah. A military chopper has also been seen circling overhead. Noor Ode joining us from Amman because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting in Israel.
Love that they always say that. They always lead with that.
The occupied West Bank. So what more are we learning about this attack in Rafah?
Well, Darine, let me start with the latest, which is that the Israeli Prime Minister has left a meeting of the cabinet to hold security consultations about that incident. Now, what actually transpired in Rafah? According to Israeli media reports, and again, as you said, we have no official account from the Israeli army or from Hamas, but the reports talk about fierce clashes, armed clashes between Hamas fighters and the Israeli military. There are also reports about a detonation of an improvised explosive device.
So what that was, the IED, was a building contractor firm that Israel had hired to demolish buildings in the Gaza Strip, running over a bomb that had been left there by the resistance way before the ceasefire, right? You know, part of the ceasefire deal is that Israel has to withdraw from areas in Gaza. They didn't withdraw from areas in Gaza. They sent a fucking bulldozer in. Boom, explode. Bing, bang, you're dead. It's cold, you're dead. You know, like, what do you expect, bro? Like, you're going into a war zone. It's actually unexploded ordnance. Right, well, there you go. You know, I could believe it was unexploded ordnance. I'd heard reports that it was an IED that was left there after an operation. But, yeah, it makes even more sense that it was unexploded ordnance. So there you go, right? You know?
That created damage and injured soldiers in Rafah. Now, the background to all of this is the presence of an armed militia that was working with the Israeli army during the war, really reviled by the Palestinians and possibly wanted by Hamas. The accusation is that Hamas is trying to encircle that area, possibly get to them. But again, we don't have official confirmation. What we do know is that there are clashes. There are possibly injuries among Israeli soldiers, and the rhetoric right now that we are hearing from Israeli politicians, from Israeli ministers and opposition leaders is that Hamas has breached the ceasefire and that there must be a swift response by Israel. Now, this, of course, is very convenient for some of the ministers in the Israeli government, certainly adding to the tension and the risks that the mediators have to deal with. But it's not all said and done, because we still have to hear from all parties involved. Certainly what is happening in Rafah is still a developing story, and we will keep you informed of all developments from the Israeli side.
And Noor, the border crossing there, that's the Rafah border crossing, we understand remains shut. Netanyahu's office had said that it will remain shut until further notice.
Yeah. He made that announcement shortly after the Palestinian embassy to Cairo issued a statement, instructions to Palestinians who were stuck outside of Gaza and wanting to come home, to return to Gaza, telling them what they needed to do, what the procedure would be for their imminent return. Of course, Israel has been manipulating the issue of the crossings, the issue of the entry of humanitarian assistance, using that leverage, that absolute control over the crossings, including, crucially, the Rafah crossing, to apply pressure. And the issue of the bodies of Israeli captives has been used as the pretext, the fact that Hamas has been unable to return all of the bodies.
And so this is like a key interesting thing, right, chat? Because this is old news. I believe that this is from Saturday or yesterday, possibly. Yeah, there's miles of trucks there. There's miles of trucks. Now, what has happened after this ceasefire announcement? The Rafah border was opened, and there's been loads of images of Palestinians getting food, right? Palestinians finally getting food. Palestinians being able to fish, catching fish. I think in one video, they caught like a fucking, like a nurse shark or some shit. So like, just like... It's like, you know, the size of a cow, right? So they've got like food for fucking loads of people for a day or whatever. And So there's been footage of Palestinians getting food, which even though the GHF was operating in Gaza, there was barely any images coming out of Gaza of people with food. So there's been this huge, all over the media, like, look at this, Trump has, done this ceasefire, and now Palestinians are getting food. Oh, look, it's so good. You don't need to talk about the starvation anymore, yada, 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 right? Because that's what the legacy media is trying to get people to perceive. It's like, oh, Trump has done this thing. Yeah, Trump is the peacemaker. He's the good guy. He's our sweet, great, gracious emperor. Yeah, and obviously we all know it's complete bollocks, and Israel has already started to like block aid from going in again. And what that does is it shows that Israel has just been lying this whole time. Right? Because the whole fucking time they've been saying, we know they've been lying. They've been saying, we're getting aid into Gaza, but the Hamas is just stealing it and they're eating it all for themselves. Big, getting huge Hamas. They're so overweight. They're eating so much. They're binge eating and they're laughing at the Palestinians. They have them in cages and they laugh at them and they're, just like nonsense stuff. And like, you might think I'm exaggerating, but I guarantee they've been talking about that in that way on fucking Channel 12 in Israel, right? Or I-24 or whatever it's called. Those two fucking like main psycho-Zionist fascist channels. That's been the whole kind of like shtick. But then now even the Times of Israel is saying like Rafah border open to allow aid in. Aid is allowed into Gaza again, and it's like you just don't know how to keep track of your lies. Like that's the problem. Like you just literally don't know how to keep track of your lies. You've said so many lies that it's like you're just like, oh yeah, we're doing this really good thing now, but it completely just like exposes that you've been telling lies for the last fucking 6 months or whatever. Also, yeah, that's right. It's important to say that it's literally impossible for Hamas to find the bodies of all the hostages until Israel withdraws immediately. And I think that was a sticking point in that particular point in the negotiations. And it was like, even Trump mentioned this. Like, it's crazy that he's saying it, but he wants to be known as the peacemaker of the Middle East. All he is an egotist, right? He just wants that Nobel Peace Prize. He talks all the time about wanting to get into heaven, all this fucking nonsense. He wants to be the guy who has done this. He still wants there to be because he's talking about, oh, Hamas will disarm. If they don't disarm, we're going to go in there and we're going to disarm them, right? And it's like, yeah, you're not though, are you? That's just a fact. That it's his whole ego project. That all of this is just like one big ego project for him, and he is desperate to show off that like he's done this amazing thing. And even he has been saying, yeah, they're gonna have to find like these bodies out of the rubble. They need like special equipment to get them out and stuff. When people have been questioning him about it. So it's interesting, right? Because that's where we're at in terms of how Trump has been talking about this stuff. I had a little bit of a tinfoil hat moment like a couple of months ago when I was like, oh my God, is Trump gonna say free Palestine? Like there's some kind of shit going on between him and Netanyahu, and they're talking about Iran and they're saying there's all this Iran stuff, and he's going around and he's not involving Israel or the Abraham Accords in any of his discussions with normalization with Saudi Arabia and all the Gulf states and stuff. And I was going like, is he going to do it? Is he going to be it? Because he hates losers, right? And we know that the IOF has been losing the war. If we're talking about the war against Hamas, they've been losing the war. And Trump doesn't like losers. That's just a big part of his life, right? Weirdly, he's been able to keep track and pay enough attention to see it's Israel fucking up the deal in real time. That's the crazy shit, right? That's the crazy shit. So, this is where we're up to. Now, I want to take a look at this Telegraph article. So just bear with me a second while I get the access to it. Okay. I think this is the next thing that I want to watch, or the next thing that I want to look at least. What's this next one? Okay, no. So we are going to watch this Fox News segment now as well, because we watched this 3-minute segment from Al Jazeera, which is very pro-Palestine. It's Qatari state-funded media, and even though Qatar is a complicit state, it's a vassal state in terms of the empire, does whatever the empire wants, and tries to normalize relations with Israel. They literally let Israel bomb their own country with no repercussions whatsoever. So yes, that is where we're up to with Qatar and the Al Jazeera coverage of this. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the Fox News version of this stuff. So the title of this video on the Fox News YouTube channel is Developing Hamas Violates Ceasefire Prompts Israeli Retaliation. Of course, that's how they're framing it. So let's see what they say on Fox and Friends.
With the developing news coming out of Gaza, out of the Middle East.
That's right. There is a Fox News alert. Israel carrying out retaliatory strikes in Gaza after Hamas violated the new ceasefire deal by attacking Israeli soldiers on the Strip.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst joins us live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Hey, Trey.
Yeah, hey, guys.
It's Trey Yingst again. Oh, my God, this guy.
Good morning. Israel says Hamas has violated the ceasefire agreement by launching a rocket-propelled grenade and sniper attacks against Israeli forces within the enclave.
Okay, so really important here, folks. Listen to the different reports about this. If you go to like a couple of different news channels, even from Fox News to fucking CBS, right? And CBS is now owned by Barry Weiss, right? From the Free Press, who's like an unapologetic, depraved Zionist freak. So, you know, even CBS to Fox News, they're coming out with like different reports about what happened. Trey Yingst is saying that Israel said that they used an RPG and also a sniper attack. But then if you go to CBS, they'll say something like, oh yeah, they did a Yasin strike, an RPG attack on our tank, and they won't mention the sniper stuff. And then if you go to another news report, it'll say, oh yeah, there was a sniper. And then if you go to another news report, it'll be something completely different, right? And that's the really important thing to notice here. And if we're talking about media literacy and talking about having conversations with people in your community about like how to understand the lies that people are being told on legacy mainstream media, that's a really important tool. It's like, look, like the difference in information. You know, when someone tells you one story and another person tells you another story, you have to go, hang on a minute, I don't actually know what's going on here because that person's saying that and that person's saying that. So someone's lying, right? So that's an important thing to remember. Let's continue with this.
Israelis have already responded, striking targets in the southern and northern parts of Gaza. And we do have some new information for you. The office of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu releasing a statement just minutes ago saying there was a security consultation held after that violation with the top security echelon here in Israel and the country's defense minister, and that the prime minister has instructed the military to act forcefully against terror targets inside the Gaza Strip. We're getting a similar statement from the Israeli military saying the IDF will respond firmly. So we can expect more.
Krill with the gifted sub to Luna. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your remotes. Thank you so much, Krill, for gifting a sub. We're 3 subs off the halfway point for the month. Please consider subscribing if you want to miss those ads, or use an ad blocker and donate directly using the tip link, which is the Streamlabs tip link in the chat. Thank you so much, Krill. Appreciate you. This is something that is also extra interesting. The reason that Netanyahu and so-called Israel wants to make out that it is Israel, that it is Hamas that have violated the ceasefire is because they know exactly what Hamas have done here in what I was saying before, the 5D chess diplomatic mastermind move, which is suck Trump's dick a little tiny bit, and he will be like, these guys ain't so bad. And that's that, right? It's literally like now Bibi and the rest of the Israel fucking statespeople and security services and all that stuff, they're just desperate to be like, no, King, please, you don't understand, they're the evil ones, no, look, they killed us, they shot our guys. How's Trump going to respond to it? I don't know. Hello, Helgina Torin. You don't need to censor your swears here. You can just put fuck Fox News. We say that all the time here. Hello, Link Retro. How you doing? Good to see you.
Strikes throughout Gaza later today.
To the IOF, everything is a terror target. Exactly, Val.
Precedent with Hamas that these attacks will not be tolerated within the Gaza Strip. Remember, the Israelis still control around 53% of Gaza as part of the phase 1 of President Trump's peace plan in the Middle East. That is expected to change if the plan moves forward. But the Israelis are committed, they say, to striking Hamas if there are violations to the agreement. Already, we've heard from top Israeli ministers, including Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. They are encouraging the prime minister to return to war. We should be very clear here, though. Just because Hamas has violated the ceasefire agreement doesn't mean the deal is over.
Now, this is interesting, right? Now, this is an interesting shift in the narrative. What I will say about Trey Yingst, and Hassan says this as well if you watch Hassan, he does try to do journalism. Unfortunately, he works for Fox News. Unfortunately, he's based in the Zionist entity known as Israel. And that means that a lot of the time when Trey Yingst actually tries to do proper war correspondent reporting, he gets completely cooked. He gets completely blocked. I'll never forget, we showed it here on the stream. You can go and check it out on the VOD channel. You know, he tried to report that literally the Mossad headquarters got hit in the strikes from Iran. And the IOF were like, fuck off, don't film this. Right? Now, so, you know, this could be Trey Yingst trying to do what he thinks is proper reporting. It could be Mossad. Most of his work is regurgitating Mossad press releases. And, you know, maybe he has some, you know, I don't know, some kind of tenacity inside him that is like, actually, I really want to do proper journalism. Even though I'm like a fucking right-wing freak, I think I should do proper journalism. I think I should report the actual information, right? Because if you are a journalist guy and you do actually respect what you do, then, you know, you would want to try and cut through that shit. You would want to be like, actually, no, we should report on the truth. So, I don't know. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. But it seems to be that, yes, Sorka, you have a good point right there. Maybe Fox has been told by Trump he doesn't give a shit about what's going on. So, there you go. Let's continue this.
These ceasefires are never pretty, and there are often violations to them. But we understand that it still remains in place. And Hamas is releasing a statement of their own saying they weren't aware of any sort of movement in the southern part of Gaza. But the Israelis, like we said, are expected to respond later today. Hamas.
So now that's an interesting framing. Of course, most of Fox News viewers are just going to be like, yeah, well, of course those terrorists would say that shit, brother. You know what I mean? Of course they'd say it was nothing to do with them. Yeah, fuck Hamas, right? Of course they're all going to be doing that. But it's interesting, right? It's interesting that there is at least this kind of reporting happening, where it's like, Hamas have said this. It's like, all right, you're actually reporting on what they're saying. And that is in no small part due to the fact that Trump, using his influence, has spoken positively about Hamas, which is crazy, right?
The bodies of 16 hostages as phase 1 remains underway. Overnight, 2 additional remains were released by the terror organization. As this moves forward, though, there are questions about how negotiators are going to be able to hold together this agreement. Remember, the president, as part of this larger plan, is still calling on Hamas to lay down their weapons, to disarm and leave the Gaza Strip, or to commit to peace. With the violation today, certainly this raises tension across the Middle East, but it does not mean that the deal is over.
Hey, Real, what's up?
Information that we have this morning.
And hi, Husker, how are you? I don't know if I said hi, Husker. Hello.
And again, we can expect more Israeli response later today, likely in the form of airstrikes targeting Hamas inside the Gaza Strip.
I'll have to check that film out, Husker. It sounds great.
As you mentioned earlier, talking with us, you're not surprised. We spoke to IDF soldier in the last hour who served over in Gaza since October 7th. He's not surprised. But is it different now as they try and hold this ceasefire together that you have Arab countries buying into this plan?
Absolutely. Remember, this was a comprehensive peace plan that was presented by President Trump. It built in contingencies for these type of events. And that is part of the reason that within the deal, you have an international stabilization force that ultimately will enter Gaza, and it will have oversight from U.S. Central Command to keep the peace, to ensure that Hamas is not violating the ceasefire agreement. And there are efforts underway as we speak to get that force together and ultimately have them enter the Gaza Strip. It will be Muslim-majority countries, Arab neighbors of Israel, that will actually be participating. There will be no U.S. boots on the ground. But this is a very important part of the agreement because it will help to stabilize the situation inside Gaza. Oftentimes, we see these violations take place, but they don't actually collapse the agreement. There will be a bit of back and forth that takes place, and things will move forward as planned. And
it's crazy because the only reason that anybody would report on, like, oh, a ceasefire, sometimes there's violations. Like, the only reason that that's normal is because it's Israel that does it, right? Like, what a fucking complete bullshit gaslighting thing to say. These ceasefires are often really fragile and sometimes there's violations. It's kind of normal. It's like, yeah, for fucking Israel. Literally no one else. What are you talking about? Lebanon isn't fucking firing back. Hezbollah aren't fucking firing back. Fucking even Iran didn't fire back after the fucking ceasefire was announced and Israel was still fucking bombing them and Trump had to be like, fucking stop. You know? It's like, what the fuck? Like, we just must reject this fucking reality that they're trying to put onto us. It is not normal to be like, yes, we're going to have a diplomatic agreement to stop murdering you, but actually we just get to keep murdering you. Like, you know? Realan says, hi, did you see the linked Patreon gifts as you ended yesterday? Yes, we did see that. Let's, can we get like a link to that in chat, Realan? In fact, no, I'll be able to, oh, they're there. They're literally right there. Let me just see, redeem. Chat, if you want a free fucking, gift to the Red Planet Patreon, go and check it out. Realan gave some people some gift Patreon memberships yesterday. So thank you so much, Realan. Really appreciate that. Please consider joining the Sprite Mode tier of Red Planet, and you can get access to the Discord, and we can chat about all kinds of geopolitics, Red Planet organizing kind of stuff that you want to talk about. So please consider doing that. Please consider doing it. Thank you so much, Realan. Really appreciate it. That should work now that Conrad enabled it. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. What was I saying? Nice video essay about the movie if you want the link. Took a while to go through, you ended. Trump isn't doing Free Palestine. He's just trying to do a hostile corporate takeover of Zionism. He wants to take over from Israel in Gaza entirely. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know if he knows that he wouldn't be able to do that. Because, like, I would argue that probably the Israeli military is more morale-wise ready to go to war. Do you know what I mean? You were talking about ceasefires. It's all right. Don't worry. I said what I wanted to say about that. I don't think US troops are looking forward to whatever kind of war is going to fucking happen in the next couple of months or weeks, right? In Venezuela, most likely. Israel owns America. No, it's not true, Omar. No. America owns Israel. This is the reality of it. Israel is America's attack dog, you know? Israel owns America in the sense that, yes, it gets money from America to buy politicians, right? But the fact remains that Israel is literally only able to do what it does because the US just, like, gives it money to do that, right? If it didn't, it just wouldn't be able to do it. It's why they attacked Iran. Like, you know, they attacked Iran for two things, right? One, because Israel does have its own agenda, but two, because it would benefit the US to have a war with Iran, right? It would benefit the US to maintain hegemony in the region, to get control over the flow of oil in the region. That's what it is, yeah. It just wants Israel to, like, take the hit, essentially. And what Israel doesn't understand is that it is actually, like, a complete fucking fall guy, because who dies at the end of the day? It's IOF soldiers, right? It's not US soldiers. I mean, yeah, a lot of them are from the USA, but it's their guys that they love to talk about, you know? He has to make threats against Hamas because the mainstream media keeps badgering him about it, yeah. The money chokehold they have makes America let them do whatever they want. I mean, you are right in terms of, yeah, like AIPAC and shit like that, but, you know, you've only got to look at, like, who's that guy who was like, I'm not taking money from Israel anymore. This was literally, like, something that happened last week. US Senator stops AIPAC. Who is this guy? Yeah, he returned AIPAC donations. Who is this guy? What's his name? Seth Moulton. This guy, Seth Moulton, right? Yeah, check this, right. This happened literally the other day. Seth Moulton says he returned AIPAC donations, cites Netanyahu ties, right? Now, this guy was on fucking, what was it? Fox and Friends or some shit yesterday or today? And he was like, yeah, I still support Israel, but I'm just not taking the money anymore. So what he's done is he's gone, yeah, I'm not going to take the money anymore because it's making it too obvious that I will just, like, do whatever Israel wants. But, you know, I don't know. This guy's a centrist, right? He says he's a centrist, which, like, if you're in American politics, it means that you're fucking a fascist, basically, right? You know, he's like, yeah, no, I just think that we should still support Israel. It's a bipartisan issue. American imperialism is a bipartisan issue. Israel is part of American imperialism. You know what I mean? You're explaining it more detail to me about it because I don't dig for reasons of raging, so I'm learning. Yeah. No worries. No, it's good. Look, you know, at the end of the day, we can be sophisticated about this and we can understand it entirely because it's not that difficult to get. You know what I mean? It is just like, you know, at the end of the day, Israel would love it if people were going around being like, Israel owns America, because then they will be able to be like, look, they're saying that fucking the Jews control the world, right? And then they will be able to say, this is anti-Semitic, and like, actually the reality is that the US does control Israel, and it would fall apart if they stopped giving them money overnight, within a day, within an afternoon, within a fucking afternoon. So yeah, that's the take. But yeah, you know, even this guy who is like, I gave back my AIPAC donations because Netanyahu is an evil guy. I much prefer the Lapid guys because they only want a bit of a genocide. They want a genocide that's more acceptable. They want to do things like poison the Palestinians instead with pollution and lack of dietary requirements. They want to do it the old school way, which they were doing for like 100 years. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's that. Yeah, white supremacy is white supremacy. It's all the same. Yeah. For real. That's the main thing, right? It's white supremacist imperialism at the end of the day. Yeah. But yeah, anyway, to move on, let's go back to the fucking, let's go back to the, where were we up to then? Fox News, yeah.
And that is what we can expect here out of what's taking place today, even if future Israeli strikes take place in response to this ceasefire violation. Also within the agreement that was presented and accepted by both Israel and Hamas, there will
That's right, Val. Actually, that's a really good way of putting it. The control by AIPAC is entirely because America is comfortable with it. Correct, yes.
A government that enters Gaza that will have moderate representation within the enclave.
Oh, nice one, Husker. Thank you.
Taking control once again. We saw these very disturbing videos just last week of Hamas executing its opponents inside Gaza. People it claims were stealing aid or working with the Israelis. And that's exactly what the region does not want to see. President Trump warned Hamas against doing this late last week.
No, but he didn't. What are you talking about? Like, this didn't even happen. This didn't even happen. He was questioned about this. And he was like, yeah, no, it's fine. Like, they're doing law enforcement. You know.
And he's been very forceful in his statements against the terrorist organization to ensure that they are not raining terror across not just Israeli forces inside Gaza, but their own people.
Where is Trey Ying's source for this? This is crazy that he's just like saying this, because this is just like at odds with what Trump said about it. When he was questioned by the media, he literally was like, yeah, nah, it's fine. It's just like us going into Chicago with the army, right? Which is scary for Americans, because he's like, oh yeah, we should be allowed to execute people in the streets. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a fan of the death penalty. You'll all know I'm an abolitionist. I'm an anarchist in a lot of my politics, right? But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, Hamas aren't allowed to like execute collaborators. I'm not going to say that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's up to them what they do with the information that they have about people that they know have collaborated with a genocidal fucking entity that has been murdering and stealing food from their people, right? You know what I mean?
Even last night, the U.S. State Department released a statement saying that there was intelligence that Hamas planned to launch new attacks against Palestinians inside Gaza. And so a lot of instability still within the enclave, and questions about how the Israelis are going to respond to this alleged ceasefire violation.
Well, you already said they were going to respond.
So it seems to me that it would be really important to get this transition government or this technocratic government in place rather quickly if you don't want these things to happen. Do we have any indication of when this will stand up?
Bro, what are you talking about, lady? What? The absolute fucking brain pudding. Like, how do you think that would work? Like, you just get like Tony Blair and a bunch of guys and like plop them in Gaza? What are you talking about, bro? What do you mean? Is there any time frame on when this fucking happened? Literally, even fucking Trump said these guys have lost 60,000 people. Like, they need time to rebuild and shit. You know what I mean? And that's in no short part to the fact that he's been having conversations with Hamas negotiators who've been saying to him, look, man, look at the fucking state of our fucking city. Look at the fucking state of our city, right? We need to rebuild it. We've got nothing. We've got no infrastructure. They bombed fucking everything, bro. And he's going, yeah, fair enough. Like, because even Trump can't say, oh, well, fucking deal with it. You know what I mean? To something like that. Thanks for the follow. No, I know they want to install a viceroy, Tony Blair, but like, I'm just talking about this fucking framing of it, where it's just like, hey, right? Like, you're like, when are we going to get this technocratic government in place? How, in what reality do you live? What do you mean? Like, even if it was like Tony Blair and a bunch of guys all in like fucking, I don't know, sat somewhere, maybe Egypt, right? Maybe they're sat in Egypt, in Cairo, and they're just like, you know, I know it's Fox, but it's just like, it's just so deeply like, what the fuck is happening, man? The way that people are thinking about this, it's like, oh, well, you just put the government in place. You just put the new government in place, and then this doesn't happen. Hey, even if you manage to put this like new technocratic government in place, you think that that's just going to like magically solve all the problems? Like, what do you mean, bro? What do you mean?
New government?
So we don't know an exact timeline, but we know that regional parties are working on it at this moment. Not only the Qataris, but also the Egyptians. There's involvement of Turkey and other players in the Middle East. We also know that Vice President J.D. Vance and also President Trump's Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff are headed to the region this week, and they will have many of these meetings to move the ball forward. This is going to take some time, and you will see ceasefire violations in the future.
Oh my God. It's just straight up consent manufacturing. Yes, you will see ceasefire violations in the future. You will see it. It will happen. Get used to it. Don't bother complaining about it.
Something that Hamas does, and they've not only done it now, but they did it in the
past. It's Hamas that does it. Hamas does it all the time.
When there were ceasefire agreements between Israel and Hamas. It doesn't mean that the deal is over, and it doesn't mean that President Trump's peace plan is not working. It will take some...
That's crazy. You see what I'm saying, chat, about the way that this is being framed? Hamas are going to violate the ceasefire, but it's okay because ceasefire violations happen. But Israel does it, but Hamas are going to do it, but it's fine. It doesn't mean that the peace plan isn't working. The Trump peace plan is definitely working. It's like mad Starship Troopers insane shit.
Time to implement not only the technocratic government of Gaza that will exist in the future, but also this international stabilization force. We don't have an exact timeline, but I can tell you, according to sources that I've talked to both here in the region and in the United States, they are working on it each and every day to get these forces together so that this can move forward and phase 2 can get underway.
Right. Okay. Well, that's the Fox News perspective. Now, since this happened, we've had some interesting reporting, and I want to cover this. This is an article from The Telegraph. The Telegraph, if you don't know, horrific, insane right-wing newspaper from the UK. We call it the Tory Graph over here. Trump blames rogue elements for breaching the Gaza ceasefire. JD Vance to fly to Israel on Tuesday for meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu in an attempt to ensure the cessation of hostilities holds. Now, this part here is key, yeah? JD Vance to fly to Israel for a meeting with Netanyahu to ensure a cessation of hostilities holds. Could that be, we need to destroy Hamas, we need to bomb the fuck out of them, whatever? Sure, it could be that. But what it also could be, because this is the first time that anything like this has happened in recent memory, it could very well be JD Vance going and being like, stand the fuck down, BB. You're fucking up the Supreme Leader's plan, right? So let's see what happens. Let's see what this article's got to say. Donald Trump blamed rogue elements inside Hamas for an attack on Israeli soldiers that threatened to derail their fragile ceasefire. Israel launched a fresh wave of missile attacks on Gaza on Sunday after Hamas fighters killed 2 IOF soldiers in Rafah. The new round of airstrikes raised fears that the ceasefire would collapse before Israel said late on Sunday that it had begun renewed enforcement of the ceasefire in line with the terms of the agreement. So late last night, the Zionist entity said, okay, we're gonna do the ceasefire now. We're still gonna do the ceasefire, right? Will JD Vance make BB say thank you? Who knows? It's just bombing more kids. Could be. Baying for more blood. Could be. Israel's Karen Shalom border crossing to Gaza reopened for aid on Monday, a military official said, according to AFP. Mr. Trump claimed overnight that rogue elements, not Hamas leadership, were responsible for the latest attack on Israel to cool fears that war could again break out in Palestinian territory. We'll handle it tough but fair. Now, again, chat, the way that this is being worded is wild. It's absolutely fucking wild. Rogue elements, not Hamas leadership. Now, why is he saying that? Again, as I said, Hamas leadership are the ones who turned around and said, yes, sweet Mr. Trump, you legend, my king, inshallah, you will be the creator of peace in the Middle East. No one's managed it for 3,000 years. Let us suck your dick a little bit, tickle your balls like that. Boom. You know, he likes Hamas leadership now. Like, that is not, he doesn't love them. He's not going to be like, yeah, Hamas are mint, they're great. But he is making apologies for Hamas leadership, which is wild. Absolutely fucking wild. So JD Vance, the US Vice President, will fly to Israel on Tuesday for a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, in an attempt to ensure the ceasefire holds. Now, surely if they were going to do it with Hamas, they would meet Hamas in Cairo. Again, this isn't to be sure, and this could be me doing copium. I don't know, but things are being interesting, and things are developing in ways that I did not think would happen. Steve Witkoff, Mr. Trump's special envoy, and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, arrived in Israel on Monday for talks on how to implement the plan for Gaza. Kushner, who's Trump's Middle East envoy during his first term, warned Israel before the visit that the country must start improving the lives of the Palestinians. Trump's ego is the true wild card and everything is done. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Like, this is crazy. Warned Israel before the visit that the country must start improving the lives of Palestinians. The biggest message that we try to convey to the Israeli leadership now is that the war is over. If you want to integrate Israel with the broader Middle East, you have to find a way to help the Palestinian people thrive and do better. Now, why is this? Yeah? Now, why is this, chat? the way that it is being framed, yeah? Because it's not Trump's Gaza deal. It is the deal that has been decided between all of the Gulf states, the Arabs and Muslim states, not just in the Gulf, but also in Indonesia, to be like, you need to sort this out. We need to sort this out. This is what we got to do. You have to make the Palestinian people's lives better. Yeah? Didn't this all kick off 6 days ago when Hamas executed a row of cousins? No, it didn't. And it didn't just execute a row of cousins. It executed a row of traitors, a row of collaborators with Israel, known as the Abu Shabab, Yasser Abu Shabab gang. There's been a bunch of different gangs who are literally funded by Israel, who are the people who were stealing aid from Gazans. So, really important that we know, that we report on the actual facts, the actual truth, which is that it wasn't just random Gazans, it was people who have been collaborating with Israel. And Israel always loves to say, look at Hamas, they murder people, look at them murdering people. And in fact, it is people that have signed allegiance to Israel. They also offered clemency to people who had done that. They offered people the opportunity to hand themselves in and say, you know what, lads, I fucked up. I shouldn't have fucking done it. I got pressured because it knows the tactics by which Israel forces the hand of Palestinians to collaborate. They do it with money. They do it with threats against their family. They do it with queer people. They force them, to do things by saying, we're going to out you to your friends and family if you don't fucking kill other Gazans for us, basically, right? It's key that we get this right. Yeah? The popular forces under Al-Shabaab. Yes, that's who it is. Well, you end up calling it over time will allow Palestinians to determine that themselves, he said, in answer to a question about a Palestinian state. Now, this is a bit mental that fucking Jared Kushner is saying this, right? I don't know, chat. It's just a bit mad. As of Monday, Hamas is yet to return 16 of the 28 dead hostages whose bodies were still in Gaza when the ceasefire came into effect on October the 10th. Hamas released 20 living hostages last week, but has said it does not know the immediate location of the remaining bodies, though Israel has accused the terror group of lying, as it always does. Mr. Kushner said he believed Hamas was acting in good faith and looking for the remains. As far as we've seen from what's being conveyed to us from the mediators, they are so far, he said. That could break down at any minute, but right now we have seen them looking to honor their agreement. Meanwhile, J.D. Vance warned there would be bumps along the way in implementing the ceasefire, but said he believed the ceasefire would hold. Look, it's going to be complicated. Even in the best case scenario, if this process leads to a sustainable long-term peace, as the president and I hope, there will still be bumps along the way. Now, again, chat, this is being reported in The Telegraph, which is an incredibly biased right-wing newspaper, like I said, based in the UK. So it's mad that these are the kinds of things that they're saying about Palestine. Like this here is a reference to Palestinian self-determination. Where is it? It's this bit. What you end up calling it over time will allow the Palestinians to determine that themselves. Right? That's referencing Palestinian self-determination, which is a mad thing for Jared Kushner to be saying. So I don't fucking know. Who fucking knows? I know as much as you. Let's check out the ITV News report on Israel renewing the enforcement of the ceasefire after a day of airstrikes on Gaza yesterday. Let's take a look at this report.
Little over a week since the ceasefire deal was signed. But Israel today unleashed a new wave of strikes inside Gaza. More than 20 areas across the strip were targeted. The IDF called this a firm response to their troops coming under fire in Rafah this morning, resulting in the deaths of these 2 Israeli soldiers.
Rest in peace.
Israel says this footage shows armed militants crossing agreed peace lines to approach their troops, accusing Hamas of a bold violation of the ceasefire.
I feel like Israel is literally about to keel over and we just haven't even seen the extent of their internal chaos and entropy. Well, look, this is what we were talking about after the war with Iran. right? This is what we were talking about. Fucking, when was it? When they were talking about wanting to recruit the, I don't know, the ultra-Orthodox Jews. When they were wanting to recruit the ultra-Orthodox Jews, and Netanyahu completely destroyed his majority, leaving him a majority of 1 seat in the Knesset, which isn't really much of a difference because it's not a democracy in the Knesset. Everyone kind of agrees, except for, like, you know, there are some people that are like, for example, the ultra-Orthodox Jewish party were like, well, we're fine with the genocide, but you can't make us do it, right? That's literally all it was. So, you know, they're not able to replenish their troop reserves. Hamas, Al-Qassam brigades, all the resistance brigades, all the resistance parties have managed to maintain their troop numbers while you know, suffering severe civilian casualties. And not only that, but there has been a resurgence of resistance in places like the West Bank, where I think Sarai al-Quds have been, you know, doing operations there. The Jenin brigades, I believe, have been doing operations there in Tulkarem and places like that. I think I might be right. I might be wrong. I think Tulkarem's in the West Bank. I'm pretty sure it's in the West Bank. So, you know, we've had this like re-upping of resistance, and we have seen the incompetence of the IOF. We have seen when they were intercepting or hijacking, pirating the flotilla, they were spraying fucking sulfur water all over themselves. They were literally pissing into the wind. You know, they're literally kids. All of the activists from the flotilla said that the incompetence was staggering, in terms of like no one knew what was happening and nothing was going on, and all the prison guards hated each other because there are Druze prison guards who Israelis don't really see as, like, you know, they're collaborators and they help Israel, but they don't fucking like see them as real people. They still see them as Arabs and like second-class citizens. So white supremacist Israelis are just like, fuck you, horrible Arabs, yada yada yada. And that is the fucking fabric of so-called Israeli society, right? It is literally like, I think it is tearing itself apart at the seams. I genuinely do think that it is, Sorka. And I think that that's a great point. And I think you're right. Yeah, no, it's maybe not going to happen like next week, but in geopolitical time, in the next few years. I mean, that is what happens with fascist states. Like, fascism is a dead ideology in terms of like, you know, it projects all the time about communism. Like, it's like communism never works. Meanwhile, you've got fucking China right there, right? You've got China right there. You got Cuba right there. You got Vietnam right there. You got all these socialist states, you know. And fascism is really the main ideology that like does not work, because when you have a supremacist hierarchical militarized society, what happens is everybody ends up killing each other. Everybody ends up being insane. Everybody ends up like going crazy. Like the amount of fucking IOF soldiers who are there like, I can't sleep at night because of all the Palestinian children I've killed. I need more drugs. Please give me more drugs. And then they end up self-deleting, right? Then they end up literally self-deleting because they're like, they cannot handle it, because a human being is not supposed to murder children. We're just not supposed to do it. It's not like a normal thing to do, right? So, you know, that is the reality of fascism and genocide and how it actually fucking works. Inshallah, absolutely. There's an interview with Kushner and Steve Witkoff on 60 Minutes. I probably won't be watching that because I've got a lot of stuff to look at tonight, but maybe we'll look at it tomorrow, Susie. I appreciate you letting me know. Also, hello, Parkour's Language. Well, it's good to see you. Welcome in. So let's take a look here.
Hamas has denied any knowledge of attacks on the IDF today, saying it remains committed to the terms of the agreement. But this...
I'm just going to make sure Melpit's not, like, in the crawl space.
...intended by the US administration. The Americans have been putting pressure on Israel to bring its military operations in Gaza to an end.
Some fear came over her. And
one of Trump's representatives has tonight told ITV News there are clear concerns that peace may not prevail.
I don't have any...
He wasn't in the crawl space, but he managed to transgress the... He managed to trespass the cling film barrier, so that was a waste of time. So he's just going to have to chill in the fucking living room until the bathroom's sorted, unfortunately.
It's that Hamas is going to do the right thing long term. I do have a lot of confidence in President Trump and our team.
But what does that mean for the ceasefire if Hamas doesn't live up to its obligations?
Well, you've heard President Trump talk about it. He will use strength to be able to resolve these issues.
One of the unresolved issues is the return of Israel's dead hostages. Hamas has so far returned 12 bodies to their families for proper burial, but 16 remain unreturned.
I hate the way that the media just fucking glazes these fucking evil fucking settlers. The banality of like, oh, we're the victims here. We just came and settled on this land. It's so sad. You know, and people will look at this in the future in the same way that we look at the fucking genocide of Native Americans, the genocide of indigenous people in South America. We know the kind of things that the fucking colonizers did. I saw a really good post. Yeah, I'm always doing that. I'm always saying this shit, right? Saw a really good post earlier today, and it was basically talking about how laundered and completely cleansed our idea of things like slavery and the genocide of indigenous Americans was. And it's like, nah, it was just as, you know, like the things that we're seeing Israel do, the Holocaust as well, like the shit that the Nazis did. You know, we're looking at the stuff that Israel is doing now, and obviously we have this like unique view of it because we can see what Palestinians are sharing on TikTok on their phones and everything. We can see the emaciated bodies. It's like super real to us. We're experiencing it vicariously in trauma, and like, you know, that's why we get mad at people who choose to switch off, right? Because when you choose to switch off, it's like, well, you could just pretend it's not happening, and it's like, no, we should be knowing that this is happening, and it should traumatize us, and that's why we should do something about it. And it's like, we obviously didn't have that during the Holocaust. We obviously didn't have that during the genocide of Native Americans. We obviously didn't have that during slavery. But some of the most depraved, disgusting, inhuman things were done to colonized people, and also colonialism, like the colonialism of fucking the Congo from Prince King Leopold of Belgium and shit, right? You know, like cutting off little kids' hands and shit. You know, because they failed to harvest their rubber quota, and it's like, this kid is 6. What are you doing, bro? You know, that's all. Like, you know, and it's like, can you imagine a reality? Can you imagine a reality where, like this guy is basically just like a guy exactly the same as like a fucking Nazi that went to move to Poland after the Nazis invaded and was like living next to Auschwitz and being like, I can't believe, or the Warsaw Ghetto, right? I can't believe that these Jewish terrorists fucking stole my son and held him hostage. I can't believe they did this, these horrible Jewish terrorists. It's the same shit. That's what they're doing. That's what this guy is. And ITV is just like, oh, they didn't get their hostages back. Oh, it's so sad. They're not getting the bodies of the hostages back. And it's like, my God. My fucking God.
Among those families still waiting is Ruby Chen. Every day he has worn the dog tags of his son Itai.
Don't care. Literally don't care.
That we've seen today in Gaza again. How does that make you feel about your chances of recovering your son?
I'm sorry. I literally don't give a fuck about this. I could not give a flying fucking fuck about this. And I'm glad that what appears to be coming next is actually some sympathies with Gazans.
In Gaza, Palestinian families are also waiting for news, desperate to identify the remains of their loved ones returned by Israel. This woman says she has just found her father. Tonight, Israel says it has concluded this military action after 9 hours of bombardment, leaving the damage that has been done to Gaza and to the ceasefire agreement.
We heard there the US ambassador designate say that Trump will resolve these issues with strength, and we have seen that in action here today. It was US pressure on Israel that made sure that the military action in Gaza was kept limited in terms of scale and scope, and that it has come to an end tonight.
Yes, of course, because the US controls everything that happens in Gaza. Like, are you mad, dude?
Put pressure on Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu not to close those humanitarian aid corridors.
It's not pressure, Trump will have literally said, don't close those fucking humanitarian corridors. And Bibi will have gone, yes, sir. Because that's how it is.
To walk back on that, meaning that the aid will again resume from tomorrow going into Gaza. But there's also pressure at play here from Israel. They believe they have to keep this threat of military action over Hamas in order to have all of the remains of the hostages returned.
Yes, that's because they're fucking psycho-fascists.
To Israel. They believe that Hamas is playing games, withholding some bodies deliberately to use the last remaining leverage they have over Israel. And there are many here who believe that the military action today has worked because in their eyes that Hamas has just announced that they've found another body. But what we are seeing that is different this time is that although this exchange of fire has come to an end, in this instance, Hamas did not fire rockets into Israel. In previous instances, that was something that we expected here.
So, yes, I agree with what you're saying, Husker. It was when settlers, sexual assault apologists, and Knesset members stormed that detention facility to free IOF nightmares who had violated prisoners. I mean, let's be clear here, Husker. They were IOF fascists who raped Palestinians to death. It was found on camera. It was live on camera. And all of these fucking Israelis were like, no, you should be allowed to rape Palestinians to death. You should be allowed to do that shit. We're gonna free this guy from fucking prison, and we're gonna have a fucking riot to demand that he is allowed to be around. That they're allowed to do that. That they're allowed to do this fucking disgusting, inhuman shit. And it's like, yeah, like that you cannot, like, it cannot bear the weight of its own contradictions and cruelty for more than a few years. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. How is that an exchange? Right, exactly. It's not a fucking exchange, is it? This fucking, another fucking piece of shit fucking in The Hague. In The Hague with the lot of them. In The Hague with the fucking lot of them. So anyway, what's next? So, this is more reporting on Israel returning to the ceasefire agreement after pressure from Trump, Kushner, and Witkoff. The Israeli military has said that it will resume enforcement of the ceasefire in Gaza after launching airstrikes on Sunday in response to what it called Hamas's blatant violation of the deal. Strikes began in southern Gaza after the Israeli military said terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire towards its troops in Rafah, killing 2 soldiers. Hamas said it was unaware of any clashes in the area under Israeli control. By evening, Israel said it had hit Hamas targets across Gaza. With hospital sources saying 44 people were killed. Hamas said it was committed to the ceasefire, but accused Israel of violations and warned strikes could push the situation towards a total collapse. Now, this is key wording here as well, and it's mad that the BBC are reporting what Hamas spokespeople have said, because I don't know, I couldn't tell you. You could probably count the amount of times that they've done this on your hand, right? But this is the key. Like, the way that they're communicating this is like, hey, we want to do this deal, and if you keep bombing us, then this deal is gonna go bad. It's gonna be fucked up, and that's gonna piss off our mate Donald Trump. You don't want to do that, do you, Bibi? But of course he wants to fucking do it, and that's why I've said this whole time that this is a fucking 5D chess move, right? It's gonna allow some breathing room for Palestinian people. It's gonna allow some breathing room for the resistance. It's going to allow them to get rid of these rogue elements which are within the Gaza Strip who are collaborating with Israel, which is going to make it easier if there is a resumption of the genocide. And if there is a resumption of the genocide, not only will they have had some time to recover and regroup and think about things and strategize and think about how it's going to defend and do more operations, etc. But also it means that the entire world will be like, oh yeah, well, they're just back to genocide, and even Donald Trump couldn't stop it, right? And that'll piss off Trump, because it'll be like, where's my Nobel Peace Prize? I'm not going to get a Nobel Peace Prize now, right? You know what I mean? So there you go. Hey Kairos, how are you doing? Welcome in. Please go and show some love to Kairos Rev, another great streamer. You will enjoy their streams if you enjoy my streams. I can guarantee it. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. After 2100 local time, the IOF said it had begun renewed enforcement of the ceasefire. This was yesterday, adding that it would uphold the agreement and respond firmly to any violation of it. The statement did not directly specify whether an early announcement to suspend aid entering Gaza had also been reversed. Speaking to reporters as he arrived in Washington, D.C. on Sunday, Riolan, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Kairos Rev. We got 2 more subs before we hit the halfway point of the dono goal. Very, very, very exciting, chatters. Galo Manu, welcome to the stream as well. Realan, thank you for gifting us to Kairos. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Right, what do we got now? Trump said the ceasefire was still in place. He added that Hamas had been rambunctious and they've been doing some shooting, but it might be some rebels within the armed group. I never thought that this would be where we are. Like, it doesn't really matter. If you think about, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm trying to think about how he's thinking about things. He's definitely an egotist. Yo, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah,
What's left after? Thank you so much, Devin. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate that. Hey, Ninja Can, how's it going? I was this close to getting you a 300 viewer raid. Hey, Ninja Can. Good to see you. Yeah. I always appreciate raids. So, you know, try harder next time. Nah, I'm kidding. Thanks for trying. I appreciate that. But yeah, we will obviously get a raid at some point now that I'm back, because people love to raid me, because people love to raid people on Twitch, don't they? And it's very nice. So I do appreciate it nonetheless. What was I going to say? Where am I up to? Yeah, it's just mad that we're in this world. Like, trying to get into Trump's head, I'm thinking, like, yes, he's an egotist, right? So he's thinking, I need this deal to happen. I need to solve peace in the Middle East. It's not happened in 3,000 years, even though he's not even considering all these other fucking things and shit like that. There's all this other stuff that's going. There's all these other conflicts with various different groups. Yada, yada, yada. Realan with the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. What the fuck is this? Golden Kappa train? A Golden Kappa train just started in your chat. Chat, what is this? What is this? I don't stream for a week and there's like a new thing. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What is it? What does it mean? Is it just like a normal hype train? If you contribute, you get the Golden Kappa emote for 24 hours. You are kidding me. What the fuck is that? All of these fucking tech bros that run these platforms are just like... They're just so out of touch, aren't they? What do we want? What do we want at Twitch? Yeah, we want a Golden Kappa emote for like 24 hours. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg.
Extra capitalism FOMO edition. What's happening with it? Sounds like a reward for being terminally online. Thank you very much for the extra 100 bits, Realan. Thank you for the 200 bits. Twitch is big on monetizing FOMO. I know, it's crazy. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Oh, whatever, man. Listen, I appreciate the hype train. I appreciate it, but I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about it, because it's like, don't do it for the Golden Kappa, yeah? Do it because you like me. Golden Kappa's been around for a while, but very rare. Supposedly only one stream gets a Golden Kappa train per day. Hello, Rat Acid. Come on, guys. The Golden Kappa train doesn't have long. Don't miss out. If this is the only... If this is the one golden... There's probably like 10,000 people streaming on Twitch right now, right? There's probably 10,000 people streaming on Twitch right now. If what you're telling me is that this is the first time that I hear about this probably once in a lifetime opportunity to get the Golden Kappa... Great work, Krill. Thank you for the 5 sub bomb. There was a golden capper in another stream I was in today. Right, exactly. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. But hey, anyway, Rat Acid, welcome in. It's the sort of gimmick shit you get on the back page of a Beano. That's what I mean. Do it for the love of the game. Do it because you love me. Will I regret not getting my golden capper emoji for the rest of my life? Definitely. It's true. There's never more than one at the same time. Oh, okay. Right. Well, first time I've fucking had one. Been streaming for fucking 7 years. Hey, Grandpa Simpson, there was a golden capper in a different stream, but you wouldn't know them. They go to a different school. Well, I know exactly who that is. But no, I don't. They go to a different stream. They go to a different school, a different stream. Definition of a pillow thumper. I didn't get my golden capper. Ah! Ah! Fuck! Krill, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Star Spangled Shitlog, Becca1359, Natalie Lush, Sage John, Uncle Vanessa. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your emotes. Appreciate you a lot. Appreciate you a lot, Krill. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I'm all fucked up now. It doesn't feel like a proper hype train because I'm just like... I was so confused by it. And I'm like, what is this? Why is it saying this? And now everyone's like, oh, you can get it only one time and you can get it... not at the same time. You can do it... I don't know. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it feels really not hype. It feels really not hype. But I do appreciate all the support. Like, that's... I just want to make that clear. Like, I do appreciate the support. And I do want subs. And we hit the fucking halfway goal anyway. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. It's a cringe meme train. Exactly. It sucks all the hype out of the room. That's exactly what I'm saying. That is literally exactly what I'm saying. Thank you so much for getting us over the halfway. You can get it more than once. I was just memeing a little. This is my first stream back. I've had a week off. No, I don't think I'll be playing Silk Song. Are we a frat house now? Drop some drum and bass to get the hype back. That's what I'm doing. It's in the background. It's already popping. It's already popping. 1 minute 55, chat. We could keep memeing like this if you like. I'm so tired. We could keep memeing. We could keep memeing like this and chatting rubbish and not do the news. Sam with a gifted sub to Shafiq Layla Mog. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your emotes. Right, now, what's going on here? It's doing like a... It was doing like a... What was that? What was that? What was that? That it did like a fucking... lever machine. Spin machine. Slot machine. It was doing like a slot machine thing. What was that? Are we not going to get a golden capper emote? Is it not going to be gold? Sam Outside, thank you for gifting a sub to Shafiq Layla Mog. Appreciate that. It's literally the first time I've ever streamed. Please don't bully me like this. As long as you're saying this golden hype train, everything outside the train doesn't matter. What? You got the golden capper? And it happens just if you just, like, do capper. But obviously, mine isn't. Okay, let's talk about this. It looks like shit. Right? That's the zoomed in version. I just want to talk about this a little bit because it looks like... Oh, fuck. Right, that's what it is supposed to look like. Right? That's what it is saying it looks like, right? But then if you look at it in the chat, it's like... It looks so shit. Compared to the regular one, right? Like, if you just compare it to the regular one, you know, the regular one, the crust is what makes it, right? You've got the crust, It's an old emote. It's one of the oldest emotes on Twitch. Right? But when you look at it like that, it's like, it doesn't hit the same. It's weird. I don't think I like it. I rarely use Kappa as an emote anyway anymore. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, man. It's just like, whatever. Thank you for the level tree golden Kappa train. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you. You just invested in Tesla stocks. That's what this actually means. That's what this actually means. Oh, Jesus. Chat, I really appreciate all the subs. Thank you very much. We hit the halfway sub goal. Halfway month sub goal. Yay. That means that we've unlocked the double feature movie night. It was already going to be a double feature movie night, but we've unlocked it anyway. Thank you so much. We got double feature movie night. If you want to unlock a bonus stream for next month, where I will do, I don't know, something fun. Something crazy. I'll do something weird. Maybe it'll be like an IRL stream. Maybe we'll like walk around Manchester or something, and I can be like, look at this, look at that. This is where Marx lived, right? I don't know, something like that. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do an IRL stream. I'll go around with the fucking whatchamacallit, with the fucking gimbal. That'll be fun, right? You want to unlock that? Let's get to the whole sub goal and the whole dono goal. That's how we're gonna do that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you, chat. When's movie night? It's going to be this Thursday after the stream. You didn't miss the DJ stream. That's happening on Friday. Find Marx's Ghost on Halloween. I won't be able to do that too soon. It would definitely have to be next month. Movie night talk. Do the Reanimator movies count as horror? Yeah. Reanimator is definitely horror. Chat. Sophie just sent me a text. It says, finally reading about abundance. Lol, fuck these guys. If we do an IRL stream, can we bring back the hat requests? Yeah, sure. Of course we can. Yeah, that's fine. Abundance. Correct. Reanimator is so good, except for that one really unnecessary scene. It's also funny because the villain looks like John Kerry. He does look like John Kerry, doesn't he? Is it like the same shit as Game Theory or whatever? Wait, what? What are we talking about now? There's like 3 different threads in the chat. DJ stream is this Friday. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. this Friday. 6 p.m. UK time. Capitalist economists and morons. Oh, you mean like the game theory of capitalism. Right. The abundance stuff is basically like, we should keep oppressing the imperial periphery and just have like really, really good treats, inexpensive treats for us. It's just that. It's just that, basically. It's like we should like continue imperialist domination because it means that we get to have treats. That's all it is. It's like an open admittance that like, yes, we're exploiting the imperial periphery, but it's fine because we need to get chocolate and coffee, you know? Anyway, Ezra Klein. Yes, Ezra Klein is one of the fucking prodigies of abundance theory. We can't do socialism. If we do socialism, we have to keep oppressing the global south. Like insane shit. Ezra Decline. Exactly. Movie night talk, movie night. I'm really feeling that we watch The Exorcist and The Exorcist 3 for movie night. Because The Exorcist people won't find that scary, but Exorcist 3 I think people will find quite scary. Because Exorcist 3 is fucking, like, mental. Fuck it, we're doing that. We're going to watch The Exorcist and The Exorcist 3. Double Exorcist. So there you go. That's what we're watching. Thursday, after the stream, in the Discord, Steve Walsh's Variety Showcase. That's what we're going to be doing. Okay, so, let's get back to the news. Thank you very much for the hype train. That was very fun. Let's get back to this. So, first phase of the US brokered ceasefire deal, which started on the 10th of October, saw an immediate end to fight in the partial withdrawal of Israeli troops' so-called yellow line along the north, east, and south of Gaza, and an increase of aid. Hamas has released all living hostages, as well as remains of 12 out of 28 of those deceased. Israel has freed 250 Palestinian prisoners in its jails and 1,718 detainees from Gaza, and returned 15 bodies of Palestinians in return for every Israeli hostage's remains. That agreement was put to the test on Sunday. Gaza suffered the worst day of violence since US President Donald Trump gathered world leaders in Egypt last week beneath a banner proclaiming peace in the Middle East. American pressure is now needed to keep the ceasefire deal on track, and to that end, Steve Witkoff, Trump's envoy, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are due in Israel shortly. The way that this has been worded is so gross. So fucking gross. That agreement was put to the test on Sunday. Gaza suffered the worst day of violence since US President Trump gathered world. Like, you know? Whatever, man. Whatever. Earlier on Sunday, the Israeli military said terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire toward IDF troops, threatening to dismantle terrorist infrastructure in the Rafah area. Oh, operating to dismantle terrorist infrastructure in the Rafah area in southern Gaza. What they mean is a house. What they mean is that a bulldozer was gonna, take a house down and it hit ordnance, right? So, when they're talking about this, again, look at the reporting. Terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire towards IDF troops operating to dismantle terrorist infrastructure. So, again, not snipers. You remember what I said before, chat, when we were looking at this story? The different reporting will have different things. Gunfire is not exactly sniper fire, is it? Right? An anti-tank missile is not exactly an RPG, is it? Of course, we know that that is what the resistance uses against tanks in Gaza. But the way that the reporting is being worded, anti-tank missile sounds far more advanced than an RPG Yasin strike, right? Terrorist infrastructure is a fantastic phrase, isn't it? Yeah, how is infrastructure terrorist? Like, is it like in RimWorld when you get a fucking like psychic drone building? You know what I mean? Like, is it is it just like, you know, like a fucking piece of a ship falls from the sky and it's like it starts to like destroy all the foliage in the area? Is that what they're talking about? Is that what Hamas is creating in fucking Gaza? I think not. In response, the IDF has begun striking in the area to eliminate the threat and dismantle tunnel shafts and military structures used in terrorist activity. This is a lie. In response, the IDF bombed civilians. That is exactly what happened. In its statement, Al-Qassam Brigade said contact with our remaining groups there has been cut off since the resumption of the war in March of this year. Therefore, we have no connection to any events taking place in those areas, and we cannot communicate with any of our fighters there if any of them are still alive. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said 2 soldiers, Major Yaniv Kohler and Sergeant Itai Yavetz, were killed in the tragic incident in Rafah. His office earlier said that Netanyahu had met top defense officials and instructed them to act forcefully against terrorist charges in the Gaza Strip. Residents living south of the nearby European hospital said the strikes were accompanied by artillery shelling, with explosions shaking parts of Rafah. Hamas are deploying mechanoid defoliators. Yeah, literally, right? Insane. In central Gaza, a doctor at Al-Aqsa Hospital said 9 bodies were brought after 2 separate strikes hit a small seaside cafe in a tent in Al-Zawayda and a building in Nusrat. Eyewitnesses told BBC that huge fireballs lit up the coast and powerful secondary explosions echoed as ambulances and rescuers raced to the scene. 6 of those killed in the Al Zaweda strikes were members of Al-Qassam Brigade's, local sources said. Among them was Yahya al-Mabu, the commander of Hamas elite unit in the Jabalia battalion, whose death marks one of the group's most significant losses since the ceasefire began. Separately, a doctor at Al-Arda hospital in Nusrat said 4 bodies were brought in after an Israeli airstrike hit a school sheltering displaced families. The doctor said the casualties included several women and children. So it's, you know, the obviously the most people are not going to read the whole article. And obviously, you know, there have been so many like this. Let me just sort of like, you know, this has been fucking burned into my brain, right? This has been burned into my fucking brain. Just like those words and the BBC News header. It's like, I've seen this so many times. I've just seen it so many fucking times. It's burned into my fucking brain. I can't even begin to fucking tell you. Anyway, I'm sure you all feel the same, chat. Right, so that's the BBC article on this. Let's take a little look at this. This is an interesting headline from Al Jazeera. US-Israel tensions rise over Gaza ceasefire and Palestinian aid. Analysis. Let's have a look at what Al Jazeera is saying about US-Israel tensions.
Senior advisor and his son-in-law Jared Kushner says Israel must work to improve the lives of Palestinians. Kushner says that's the only way Israel will find acceptance in the Middle East. He made those remarks in an interview with CBS's 60 Minutes.
The biggest message that we've tried to...
Now, again, it's really important to say, chat, that again, this deal came from a bunch of Arab states, right? They've been trying to do this normalization with Israel for decades. The populace of the Arab states are getting to a point where it's like, we cannot ignore this issue anymore. In order to prevent mass violent uprisings in the Gulf states, Israel is going to have to, literally going to have to, treat Palestinians better. Right? Fucking better. Otherwise, shit's just going to go down. Like, we're not going to be able to withstand popular public pressure to do something about this anymore. There is international pressure. There is so much pressure. You know, and we're talking like this. These aren't just the Gulf states. This is like Indonesia, who are of course doing their own genocide. You know, like Saudi Arabia. You know, has slaves. You know, these are not countries that are innocent by any stretch of the imagination, but, you know, yes, yeah, selling development projects there, Kushner, the vulture of the West Bank, yeah, absolutely. Like, what's his, is it his country, Remax? They do developments all over fucking Manchester. There's a fucking smart car that goes around that has, like, the advert on. It's fucking disgusting. I don't know if that's his company, but like that's one of them that's like a targeted BDS thing, a BDS target. What was I saying? So this is pressure from a bunch of Arab states, right? Where they're like, you have to make Israel treat Palestinians better. And so Kushner is fucking like, you know, repeating that shit. That's mad.
The debate of the Israeli leadership now is that now that the war is over, if you want to integrate Israel with the broader Middle East, you have to find a way to help the Palestinian people thrive and do better.
How are you doing with that message?
We're just getting started.
Well, joining us here.
Right, and he made that face because he knows that there is no fucking shot in hell that Israel are gonna do this. Oh, you want these fucking people that we have demonized and terrorized for years and years and years and years and years to all of a sudden, you know, like, we're just going to stop treating them in the way that we've been treating them? Like, you know, we've been calling them terrorists. We've been calling the babies terror babies. And now Jared Kushner is saying you got to start treating Palestinians better, right? I don't know how this is going to go, chat. I know it's not going to go down well in so-called Israeli society where they're like, we should murder every child all the time. It's what they say all the time, every day, all over the news. Even the children, even the fucking women, everybody, right?
Mohammed Al-Masri, who's a professor at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Thanks for your time. How significant are these?
Hey, trans women, what's going on?
Well, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. I mean, this is a very pro.
A splinter between Israel and the States would be insane, right?
Maybe the most pro-Israel administration.
He's a settler himself. Kushner owns properties in Israel, yeah.
Having said that, there are some indications that Israel is doing things that are sort of rubbing the administration, the U.S. administration, the wrong way, starting with that attack on Qatar about a month and a half ago. And some of these comments that are being made by Kushner and also Steve Witkoff, humanizing the Palestinians to some extent, even talking about Hamas in, by U.S. standards, relatively favor.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was the attack on Qatar. And the Gulf states were like, okay, we can't play this fucking game anymore, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know. The man who manages to bankrupt casinos is absolutely capable of fucking up so badly that the entire American Zionist project falls apart, or at least falls into extreme disorder. I think you might be right. I think that if there is this messaging where the Gulf states have put so much pressure on Trump, where he is looking at the US, right, in the same way as like, well, we don't have that much power anymore. We're packing up the empire into a tiny little box, and we're basically like Turkey now, right? In terms of our global influence and our global power. We're going to do some fascism. We're going to turn fascism inwards. We're going to oppress our own people a lot more than we're doing imperialism. And it's like, okay, that's how he's seeing himself in the world. That's how he's seeing the US in the world. It's like, we're only really like these Arab states. We're like about the same kind of like threat level as these states. You know, our military are not good. We all saw the military parade. Everything has been defunded. Elon Musk was a bit of a fucking mistake, to be honest. But anyway, I'm rich and all my other friends are rich. And also I'm an egotist and I want to like make Israel stop, you know, doing what it's doing, but I don't want to call it a genocide because then I'd have to go to The Hague, maybe. Yeah, like that's his way of thinking, right? And he's like, okay, maybe it's time to just be like, yeah, you gotta chat, because he does love going to Qatar. He does love going to Saudi Arabia. He does love going to fucking all these different countries. You know what I mean? There's like that picture of him with fucking Mohammed bin Salman, and they're holding like the Palantir device, right? They're like, yeah. And he's just thinking of himself like an Arab state, I guess. I don't know. And he's like, yeah, maybe it's time to just like, you know, get Israel to do this shit. Because if Israel keeps doing insane shit, like if it bombed Saudi Arabia or something, or if it bombed fucking Egypt, right? I mean, I think it could be Egypt, right? It could be Egypt, because we heard all them stories about Egypt increasing its fucking like military presence in the Sinai, and Trump loves Sisi, his favorite dictator. He said this before, and Sisi was looking at the way that Israel was behaving, and even though Sisi is collaborating with the US and Israel and enabling the genocide in Gaza, he's like, they just bombed Qatar. We can't let any shit like that happen to Egypt. If he fucking does any shit like that to Egypt, we're gonna go ham. It's gonna be another fucking Arab-Israeli war, and Israel won't survive, right? Israel won't fucking survive that shit, I don't think. And maybe it was Sisi. Maybe Sisi was saying to him, listen, mate, if you don't sort this shit out, we will. And you don't want that, because that will be embarrassing as fuck for the USA. And maybe that's that. And maybe that's why all the attention has turned to Venezuela. I don't know. We're going to have to see how things go, chat. Again, I know as much as you do.
Verbally. This is
hey, Ash, how you doing? Yeah, he sees pomp and circumstance as power. Yeah, he does.
Is increasingly listening to some of these Arab and Muslim leaders, whether it's Erdogan in Turkey or Sheikh Tamim in Qatar and other leaders in the Arab and Muslim world. So let's keep an eye on it. I think there are some tensions, at least, between the U.S. and Israel right now.
That's correct, Soka, yeah.
I don't necessarily think we should expect a kind of dramatic departure, certainly not overnight.
Will it continue to, at least in public, seem to want to enforce the ceasefire on Israel? It was interesting what Noor was saying from Amman, that according to some commentators in Israel, they are saying that Netanyahu is having to be dragged kicking and screaming to the second phase of the ceasefire. Is the U.S. going to make him do this?
Like, the reason that Netanyahu is being dragged kicking and screaming to the second phase of the ceasefire is because that would be the way that every Israeli would be about it. Every Israeli is being dragged kicking and screaming to the second phase of the ceasefire. They don't want to do it. They want to murder every Palestinian. That is what it is.
That's the hope. Right? I mean, Donald Trump is very heavily invested in this ceasefire. He's tied his reputation to it. He's tied his personal legacy to it.
This is the key. This is the key of what I'm talking about here, chat. This has been the whole focal point of what I've been talking about here. He's tied his reputation to it. He is like, this is my big win, right? He's not been able to do peace in Ukraine. He's probably going to start a fucking war in Venezuela. And he's going to justify that in his own head to be like, we're doing a regime change, getting rid of the horrible communist dictator, Maduro. But he is like, no, we can get peace in the Middle East. Everybody's against this. Everybody all over the world. He's probably looked at the numbers and he's gone, do you know what? If I make this happen, everybody would be good. Everybody would be good. Seems like Israel is coming for Iran soon. Now, Kairos, I would love to know where you've got that from. Because, chatters, you will remember not last week, because I didn't stream last week. The last time I was live, maybe the last, week that I streamed before I took a week off, I was saying this exact same thing. How is it going to happen? Is it going to be Iran? Because if shit is going to, stop in Gaza, then will Israel be crazy enough to attack Iran again? I did hear something, Kairos. I'm not saying that you're chatting rubbish. I'm saying that, I actually think that is probably what is going to happen. And I think when that happens, I think Iran are going to flatten them. It will be the end of Israel if that happens. If they don't make it the end of Israel, it will be stupid. It would be completely stupid to do that, to not do that. I saw that there was manufacturing of consent on, is it Channel 12? The main news host on Channel 12 was like, this is Iran's fault. The reason that the ceasefire wasn't upheld is because of Iran. Iran were telling Hamas to bomb us. Iran were telling Hamas to do this and this and this and this. Right? Because they always come back to Iran. They're always like, Iran is funding Hamas and this, that, and the other, right? You know? Iran will push their shit in, for real. America made moves to approach Arab nations just the same way last time Israel came for Iran. Yeah, no, that's true. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Yeah. No, you're right. And I have actually heard that there is Israeli news talking about war with Iran. This is my pronouncement of Oracle of the North Wind. Within a decade, this process is going to conclude. It's going to start within this U.S. presidential term. Israel is going to directly nosedive into its own demise after destroying their relationship with Trump, after he accidentally maneuvered himself into that precise position. Hamas taking the initiative after Trump offered that deal was basically the equivalent of casually taking a queen your opponent mistakenly hanged in chess. Still a great move. Yes. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Soka. That's why I was literally saying that you had the chess analogy. I was thinking of the chess analogy when Hamas immediately said, yes, we're going to do this. It's 5D chess. They are literally playing 5D chess. All the while, Trump thinks he's playing 5D chess. Netanyahu's going, what the fuck is this? Right? They cannot occupy Gaza with American forces without Iran going ballistic, literally, over yet another war on terror scenario. Yeah, I think that would also be true. Well, that's why they've not put troops on the ground there. And they've said that they won't do it, right? It isn't even 5D chess. No, you're right. It's just an absurdly transparent winning move. That's what I'm saying, Sorka, right? That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. I'd love for what you said to be true. It's what I'm thinking. Inshallah, this is how it happens. Yada, yada, yada. You know? Fascist playbook. When public opinion is waning, create another crisis. Correct. Absolutely correct. But there's only so many crises that they can have, right? They need war with Iran to get America back on side, but they've miscalculated. Can't imagine a world where Trump leaves them hanging, which is a bet no human should ever make, right? Exactly. Exactly. Because Trump is not going to be like, Iran isn't in the Middle East, right? Trump is not going to be like, Iran is not part of the Middle East, so I've still achieved peace in the Middle East, even if Israel is going to war with Iran. Chat, I can't say what I want to say. I can't say it. Okay, let's carry on.
And my sense is that he wants it to stick. I thought it was interesting that a senior official spoke anonymously to U.S. media yesterday. This has been reported by the American conservative magazine and also Drop Site News.
Well, that's Trump, Ash, right?
Hamas was behind the administration. The Trump administration does not believe that Hamas was behind this attack in Rafah. They think it was an unexploded bomb that went off. So
spell him out. I can sort that out for you, Luna.
There's a lot of incentive for this ceasefire to proceed, to go forth. But the Israelis are going to do everything they can to try to change conditions on the ground, make excuses, and argue that they have no choice but to attack as they did yesterday.
And there are reports that suggest that discussions are underway to establish some sort of binding mechanism when it comes to addressing any future violations of the Gaza ceasefire. It just gives you a sense of how fragile the ceasefire really remains.
Well, we've been saying since this was proposed and announced, weeks ago, that there was going to be a risk especially once Hamas turned over the captives, that Israel would just finding an excuse to go back to war. So there needs to be a kind of mechanism put in place. But Israel has been violating the ceasefire since the start. I mean, even before yesterday, they had killed
I don't think it worked yet. I did just add it, but I don't think it worked yet.
They haven't been allowing in anywhere near the number of required aid trucks. They haven't even been giving back 15 dead Palestinian bodies for every Israeli body that they've received. So they literally have violated every article in the agreement, and that's part of the problem here, is that Israel's not interested in upholding this agreement. They were kind of forced to the negotiating table, and it is going to be incumbent upon Trump on the one hand, but also I think Arab and Muslim leaders to apply pressure to the extent that they can.
Okay, thank you so much, Mohammed Al-Masri.
This is it. Like, if we consider running a country to be like being in a big boys club, which is definitely how Trump sees it, right? Trump definitely sees it as, I'm in the big boys club. No one else is allowed in this club. You only get to be in this club if you're a cool fascist dictator. That's why he loves Sisi. That's why he loves Mohammed bin Salman. That's why he loves Sheikh Tamim. It's all that shit, right? And it's why he hates people like fucking Khamenei, because Khamenei is not quite the dictator that people would have him believe. That he would have people believe, sorry. It's also why he hates Maduro. It's also why he hates Xi Jinping. It's also why he hates... I don't know. I don't think he hates Putin. I think he loves Putin. I think like what me and Soph was talking about, mainly Soph, we're talking about yesterday, is true. I think that he's seen the horse picture of Putin, and there's a psychosexual element, right? So he's like, peace in Ukraine, whatever. I'm not bothered about that. So yeah, I think it's one of them. It's like he's in the big boys club, and yeah, I think he's terrified of Putin. Yeah, I think he knows that Putin could like beat the shit out of him. even though they're like the same age. He loves Duterte as well. Yep, exactly. He loves all these guys. He just loves all these guys. Yeah, he's the emir of Mar-a-Lago, literally. Literally. And it's like, you know, it's why he hates all these like more benevolent yet authoritarian leaders, right? Because he's like, no, those are the bad ones. So, you know, it's that, right? Yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Let's carry on with this shit.
Trump has insisted the ceasefire in Gaza is still in place, despite a weekend of violence which saw Israel and Hamas accuse each other of breaching the deal. Well, health officials in the territory say that Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 40 people. Israel says the strikes were in response to attacks on its troops. International journalists, including the BBC, are banned from reporting from Gaza. Lucy Williamson reports now.
Like, it's mad. It's mad. Oh, Millet loves him to the tune of 80 billion. Yeah, but that's also like quite an interesting one. We were talking about that on Red Planet last night as well. Like, he bailed out Argentina for $40 billion because it benefits this one guy that he knows who's like a hedge fund manager. So it isn't even like, obviously it's twofold for Trump, right? He's walking and he's chewing gum. He's like, yes, this is my global MAGA movement. It can't be allowed to fail. I love this guy. I love Javier Milei. We can't let his Argentinian insane austerity not work. Surely it will work. Just one more privatization, bro. Just one more libertarian policy, bro. I promise it'll work. But also, he knows a hedge fund manager who stands to make a lot of fucking money from that money being loaned to Argentina. I don't know the details, but no. He gave him 20 billion and then another 20 billion. Yeah, he's the Sultan of spray tan. That's pretty funny. I quite like that.
From Jerusalem.
9 days of...
Also, it's mad. Yeah, I just want to say, it's mad that they're talking about, like, yeah, the BBC's not allowed to report from Gaza. It's mad that even the BBC is saying that now. It's like, what has happened? Like, what has happened? Like, oh, whatever, man.
Quiet. Then this. Gaza's ceasefire hung by a thread as Israel struck targets across the south and center of the Strip. In response, it said, to attacks by Hamas on its troops. Among the targets, this beachfront cafe, where a senior Hamas commander and 5 other fighters were killed.
Whoa, BBC, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Said many of those arriving at hospital were civilians,
trying to get me banned,
including children. Where is the agreement? Demanded displaced resident Rafat al-Makdid. Where is Trump? And where are those who guaranteed this weak deal? Israel's army has denied reports.
And that's crazy that they're reporting this. That's crazy that they're reporting this. BBC has finally smelt blood in the water. I mean, what we got to remember about the BBC is it's Rafi Berg, right? He is the chief editor. He is a fucking unapologetic Zionist. You know, has Rafi Berg stopped supporting Israel? I don't think so. Has there been a board decision where they've gone, hey, probably not going to go well for us if we keep reporting in such a completely biased way. Do you know what I mean? About the fucking Zionist entity that's doing genocide. This is what I mean, Ash. They're almost showing Israel in a bad light. It's like, what the fuck? That's mad. That's mad. Vaguely defined attacks on Zionist troops. We bombed 40 Palestinians to death. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Its response was triggered by a clash between Hamas and a pro-Israel militia in Rafah, saying Hamas had launched several direct attacks on its troops. It released this footage showing the moment, it says, Hamas fighters crossed into an area under Israeli military control and were hit by an airstrike.
Whoa.
Today, the IDF announced terrorists fired an anti-tank missile.
Okay, I saw this fucking lady the other day, and I was like, there's two possibilities as to what's going on here, chat. One, Israel has gone full psycho AI shit, right? Or two, Israel is such a Starship Troopers society, and I'm thinking it's just the latter, because I don't think that this lady is AI. But it's like, I would not be surprised, right? I just simply would not be surprised if this lady turned out to be AI. But the way that she talks, the way that she fucking talks is like, this is so rehearsed to be so palatable to English-speaking countries. Like, here's the, you know, it's always wild, right? It's always completely wild. Whenever you see, like, a country like Saudi Arabia, or a country like Qatar, or a country like fucking Egypt, they don't have English in the background. They don't have English in the background. They have Arabic, right? And it is so blatantly obvious that Israel is just a white supremacist project. Because it's like, well, here's our Hebrew, but we got to have some English there. We got to have some English for the white world, right? It's just mad. She's doing her part.
An anti-tank missile and gunfire towards our troops operating in the area of Rafah to dismantle terrorist infrastructure, all in accordance with the ceasefire agreement. Now, in response, the IDF began striking in the area to eliminate the threat.
Hamas said it remained committed to the truce and had found the body of another Israeli hostage, which it...
Yeah, exactly. It's also for the fucking settlers who haven't bothered to learn Hebrew yet, right? Exactly, Gala Manu, yeah.
over if field conditions allowed.
Gala Mango, even. I think I've been saying your name wrong for like a long time. Apologies.
On the streets is a reminder.
Yes, all Zios speak English to each other, literally.
Including a transfer of power, still have to be hammered out. Until then, this truce is holding Gaza in a fragile...
Yeah, the BBC's treating Hamas like a legitimate entity. It's actually a bit mad, right? That's what I mean. There's been a shift in the narrative, and it's like, you know, if it is what we're saying it is, chat, which is that Trump has decided that he likes Hamas because they were a bit nice to him, which is fucking mental. Oh, you recently got turned into a mango. Okay, no worries. I haven't been saying your name wrong. All right, it's Galo Mango now. If it is just because Hamas were like a bit nice to Trump, and now all of a sudden, all of fucking Western reporting across the board has changed, just like, you know, not massively, but noticeably, how they, you know, how they talk about Hamas, that's crazy. And it is so indicative that we are just an empire. Like, whatever fucking state you live in the imperial core is just a vassal state to the US, right? It occurred to me that all the leftist accelerationists are going to be so smug about this. I imagine there's going to be an element of that, which is horrific. Like, I think that the thing is that none of this would have happened if it wasn't for the immense pressure that grassroots communities and you know, grassroots organizations put on the leaders of the countries that they're in, right? It wouldn't have gotten to this stage. It wouldn't have gotten to this stage if that wasn't the case, right?
Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Let's get live to our Middle East correspondent, Yolande Nell, who's in Jerusalem. And Yolande, we know that Steve Witkoff...
But of course, the accelerationists will be like, this is good. This is why we should have someone like Trump. And, you know, yeah, of course.
Are expected to be travelling to the region today. What are they likely to want to do to maintain the ceasefire?
So according to Israeli media, those two special envoys have already arrived from the US. They had been expected here to talk about phase 2 of the ceasefire deal, how to move things forwards. But it looks like, you know, even before they left from the US, they were having to shore up the existing ceasefire deal. Now, the key questions that remain unresolved from President Trump's peace plan are all about the future of Gaza, the future of Hamas. Who will will govern there, how to get Hamas to disarm, what the security situation will be like in Gaza, so that ultimately Gaza can be rebuilt. At the moment, it all looks very uncertain, and they are looking too, of course, to the regional mediators who've had such an important role here. We know that in Cairo today, you've got the Hamas chief negotiator, Khalil al-Haya. He's been meeting Egyptian mediators. There are Palestinian political factions due to meet there as well.
And Yolande, on the ground, how have the weekend's events left people feeling? Because presumably there was huge relief last week, and that must now have been rocked. I mean, confidence in the ceasefire must have been rocked.
Definitely. I mean, this really caused a lot of uncertainty. And of course, you know, there were many people grieving lost loved ones. There was one father who was burying his son this morning in Khan Yunis. He was a 14-year-old boy killed in a tent in Al-Muwasi just yesterday. And his father said that throughout the war, he had kept him by his side. And then because this ceasefire was in place with what he said were international guarantees.
So many of the atrocities just get lost within all of this. That's the thing, right? I think that's the key thing that we need to be thinking about, is that, like, we cannot let anybody forget. It doesn't matter how successful this ceasefire agreement is, right? Even if it leads to the downfall of Israel, we cannot let people forget that it was the European Union countries, NATO countries, the Gulf Arab states, and ultimately the United States who made this happen, who allowed this to happen, who sanctioned it, who fucking funded it. Like, it wouldn't have happened without their funding, the normalization and shit, right? Like, we cannot forget the atrocities that have happened. We cannot forget what has happened to Palestinian people. There is decades of generational trauma that will happen as a result of this. You know, there is even the people there who are reporting on things like babies, you know, the babies having heart attacks and all that kind of stuff. You know, built components for jets to continue the bombing. Exactly. It's all things that our countries have done. Complicit, completely participatory in the genocide. Cannot be allowed to be forgotten. And I think that ultimately, if that is why Trump is so desperate to make this happen, that it will be a indicator of, like, oh no, yeah, like there might actually be consequences for us if something happens, right? You know what I mean?
Just to let his son have a taste of freedom going out with his friends. And then he heard, you know, people calling him from the hospital yesterday to say that his son's body was in the morgue, that he had been killed. 45 people killed across the Gaza Strip, according to hospitals and other sources as well, in the past day. But, you know, now there is a bit of a sense that things are back on in terms of the ceasefire. But still, you know, one person told me that the market prices, you know, such is the kind of volatility of all of this, when he went out to go and buy things in the market, already, you know, there had been panic buying. He said he couldn't find any flour in the center of the Gaza Strip yesterday, and prices had risen for people as a result of all of this.
Right. Okay. Interesting reporting from BBC. This is why we're looking at all the different news channels, because it's interesting. Sorry, chat. It's interesting to look at where everybody is at right now in such an interesting development. So, finally, let's take a look at Sky News.
The ceasefire is still in place on paper, but the skyline over Khan Yunis tells a different story. As do the ambulances arriving at Al-Aqsa Hospital. These casualties are said to have been hit in a drone strike at a coffee shop in central Gaza. People were there to use the internet. At least 5 of them are now reportedly killed and many more injured. This strike hit an area the Israeli military agreed to vacate under the ceasefire conditions. And Israel's confirmed it's now struck dozens of Hamas targets throughout the Gaza Strip.
Terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire towards our troops operating in the area of Rafah to dismantle terrorist infrastructure, all in
bombing
accordance
to
with
sustain the ceasefire. Yeah.
Now, in response, the IDF began striking in the area to eliminate the threat.
Israel's since confirmed 2 IDF soldiers have been killed and 3 more injured. And these strikes, it seems, is retaliation. The IDF releasing footage of armed gunmen they say are approaching their troops in northern Gaza.
It's crazy that like the whole thing that they're referring to is that these fucking losers ran over an unexploded bomb. Like that's what they're referring to, right? Like they had a fucking bulldozer, they were gonna tear down a gaff, and they ran over a fucking unexploded US bomb. And it's like massive, right? No, that's crazy, right, Sorka? Like, this is interesting. Sky is being more Zionist than the BBC. And they're only just avoiding critiquing Israel, right? It is bonkers, the way that this has happened. It's wild. Yesterday, she was just a 17-year-old brigadier general. Cut us some slack.
Before they're hit by Israeli fire. When the ceasefire began 10 days ago, the Israeli military had withdrawn to a so-called yellow line within Gaza. Violations of this line are proving one of the most contentious and dangerous elements of the current arrangement. And Doctors Without Borders,
hey Mia, what's going on?
They're treating hasn't changed since the truce began.
We have an official capacity of 110 beds, and we have been consistently
it's this lady
70 patients for the last few weeks.
This so-called yellow line, Caroline, at the moment, it's a line on a military map. It's not clearly marked on the ground. How dangerous is this proving?
At the emergency room of Al-Aqsa Hospital that we support, there our doctors are
Médecins Sans Frontières
kept
lady,
receiving patients who indeed approach that line too closely. On top of that as well, the other injuries that we continue seeing are people returning to their homes, including children picking up items that they do not know what it is that turn out to be an exploded ordnance and that explode in their hands as they touch them.
The children of Gaza continue to pay the price, caught between two sides still trading fire.
Oh, shut the fuck up, man. The children of Gaza pay the price because of Hamas. And you know, it's important to remember here, chat, that this is Hezbollah, right? This is Israeli Hezbollah. To say that the children of Gaza are suffering because of Hamas is the Israeli line. So even though Sky News is like just kind of like not really critiquing Israel, but still like showing the Palestinian side, I think it's important to remember that like they are still doing Hezbollah. So yeah, Sky News making BBC look pro-Hamas. Mental. I wanted to take just a quick look at this from The Guardian. Gaza Ceasefire Live. Trump's envoys arrive in Israel amid scramble to shore up fragile truce. Middle East crisis live. Oh my god, I can't show that. Hang on a minute. Alright, what are we up to here? Okay. Closing summary 4 hours ago. Hamas's armed wing was due to hand over the remains of a hostage at 1700. Donald Trump has said that Hamas is going to behave or will face severe repercussions. They're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure thing, buddy. This is definitely the kind of thing that someone who can definitely eradicate them says. Yes, Hamas are the children of Gaza because Israel killed most of the adults. Yes, correct. Yep. At least 135 mutilated bodies of Palestinians returned by Israel to Gaza have been held in a notorious detention center. Yes, I think most people know about that stuff. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Monday he will discuss regional challenges and opportunities with U.S. Vice President during his visit to Israel, which is expected to begin on Tuesday. I mean, the regional challenges is like, we just can't stop bombing everyone. Like, you know? Netanyahu said that together with U.S. President Donald Trump, he expected to forge peace agreements in the region. I mean, this is also why what Hamas have done with like sucking Trump off a little bit, like just a little bit of like glazing of Trump, like, yeah, what a great plan, Donald. Yes, this is great. No one's ever presented anything like this to us before. Your plan is so good. you know, this is why it's so good, because it's like, they know that Netanyahu and Israel will never be able to normalize their relations with any other country in the Middle East at all. They just know that it's completely impossible. Peace agreements in the region. There's no way. Dude, there's no way. It won't happen. Do you have any idea how long the dehumanization of Arabs has existed within Israel? It's literally 100 years of brainwashing. Like, there's no way. It just won't happen. It won't exist. You know? And I don't know. Is he going to blame Hamas? I mean, this is the worst case scenario is that Trump is like, well, you know, we'll eradicate Hamas if they don't behave. And he's going to say, oh, well, they aren't behaving, so, you know, we're going to eradicate them, right? That would be the worst case scenario. And then the US and Israel bombs Gaza, right? That would be fucking crazy. I don't know how the US would bomb Gaza any more than fucking Israel has, because they've dropped like fucking 12 Hiroshimas on it, right? Or some shit. But, and that's a testament to the resistance of Palestinians, by the way, that they've survived 16 fucking Hiroshimas. So who knows? No, of course the correct thing to do is complete embargo on Israel, full aid into Gaza backed by a military. Of course the Petro plan is the best plan. The army to save the world, right? That's the best plan. But I think that where we're at now is super interesting, and maybe it won't be Hamas. Maybe there will be. I mean, let's just take a quick look. Times of Israel, Iran. Let's just see. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There are literally 3 articles today about Iran in the Times of Israel. Israeli diplomats said added to WhatsApp groups run from Iran, other hostile nations. Internal security warning urges caution after foreign ministry staffers added to groups from Iran, Pakistan. Memo follows multiple instances of Tehran recruiting Israelis online. Yeah, this is just like nonsense. It's not happening. It's all consent manufacturing. UN nuclear watchdog believes most of Iran's enriched uranium unharmed by war with Israel. They're gonna fucking... Yeah, this is literally today, 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning. They're like, no, yeah, in Natanz, this is still what it looks like. We need to take it out. We need to get rid of it. See you later, Raul. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Khamenei telling Trump to keep dreaming. U.S. strikes destroyed Iran's nuclear site. Supreme leader also rebuffs U.S. president's appeal for negotiations, calling his interventions in Islamic Republic's nuclear program inappropriate, wrong, and coercive. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you know what? It's gonna happen. It's gonna be Iran, isn't it? It's going to be Iran. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's so crazy. It's the only thing that it can do, right? 5 hours ago, another article about Iran 5 hours ago. This is mental. Iran confirms its scrap cooperation deal with UN nuclear watchdog. Any more? 5 hours ago. Is this about Iran? Hitting back at Lapid, Netanyahu said he spent 40 years warning of Iranian threat but was always met with ridicule. Yes! 5 articles today about Iran. 5 articles manufacturing consent, and that's just the Times of Israel. That's literally just the Times of Israel. Like, if we take a look at Ynet, yep, here it is again. Khamenei mocks Trump. Where the nuclear facilities destroyed, keep dreaming. Yeah. More Ynet stuff about Iran. U.S. president insists that Iran's nuclear facilities were... Oh, that's Instagram. Iran nuclear talks played by mistrust. That's like in May. That was like in May. But Times of Israel are doing like all that shit. What about Yedioth Aharonoth? Let's see if the real Yedioth Aharonoth English Iran. Let's see what they're saying. See if we can get them on Twitter. Oh, Ynet is Yedioth Aharonoth. Right, okay. October 20th, senior Iranian official says Tehran warned Hezbollah about explosive pages operation. Hey, Baldwin's Ghost. Iran is Jova? No, I don't think so, my friend. Tanker belonging... This was yesterday. Tanker belonging to Iranian ghost fleet hit by mystery blast off Yemen's coast. 8th of October, alleged Israeli AI influence campaign attempted to ignite revolution in Iran. Ayatollah keeps posting through. Oh, you're just joking. Okay, I was going to say Baldwin's Ghost. Good to see you anyway. Yeah, literally posted today, US is a true manifestation of terrorism. Absolute banger. Absolute banger. What a legend. You know. Okay. Yeah. They're going to do it. I think they're going to do it, chat. I think that this is what's going to happen. I think that they're going to attack Iran again. And I think Iran are going to batter them. And it's going to be the end. I think that it will be the end. I think that Iran will weaken them so much this time that it will simply be the end of Israel. That's crazy if that's how it goes down. That will be crazy if that's how it goes down. Okay. All right. Enough speculation. Let's move on. All right, chat. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I've got another 2 stories to get through. I don't know how effectively I'm going to get through them, but I am your boy. I'm here to make news more palatable for you, my leftist friends, my anarchist, communist friends in the chat, watching me and supporting me. Please consider paying me for the job that I do. You can do that via the tip link in the chat. It's right there. I posted it 3 times, so you can't miss it. Streamlabs.com/djmuel/tip. Please consider shooting me £5, the amount that you would normally spend on a Twitch sub. It means that I can pay my bills. It means that I can pay my rent. It means that I can buy stuff at the shop and eat, right? Important for me to be able to do that, and this is my full-time job. I don't get any other job stuff, any other income from anything else at all. You can tell that I'm tired as fuck today because I could barely string a sentence together, but this is my job, so please consider paying me for it. I like to get paid for doing my job. You could also subscribe. You could also help me out by checking out some stuff on YouTube and checking out my socials. Baldwin's Ghost, thank you so much. Will it happen? It never does an alert for continuing gift subs, and I don't know why, because I have it set on Streamlabs to do that. But thank you so much, Baldwin's Goes, for continuing the gift sub that you got from Magic Mia. Enjoy your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your emotes. We got a bunch of cool emotes that you should be able to enjoy. So thank you so much for supporting me. Okay, I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be back in a bit. Stretch your legs, take your meds, yada, yada, yada. I will see you imminently. Okay. There's been some mad news that has happened in the UK this week. One of the strangest hills to choose to die on. It's about Maccabi Tel Aviv fans being banned from a game with Aston Villa in Birmingham. Why is this happening? If you've been living under a rock, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans literally have a chant called the Rape Song, where they talk about raping people that they don't like, not even just Palestinians, but people that they don't like that support Palestinians, like even liberal Zionists and, the opposite team, Tel Aviv Hapoel, that they normally, sort of like... play against. They're just a complete embodiment of Zionist, Zionist thought. They are the complete embodiment of what Zionists think, feel, talk about on a daily basis, right? And they got banned from coming to the UK because the police, West Midlands police, were like, nah, yeah, it sounds dangerous and we'd have to do a lot of work. And as we know, cops don't really like doing a lot of work. So they were like, better to just not have them come here. So that would be great for everybody. Everyone went insane. All the states, not everyone, but like just like the media establishment, states people, it has been completely bizarre. The amount of people who've come out in support of these vile, disgusting, fucking hooligan fascist ultras, obsessed with rape, obsessed with murder. They've got chants like death to all Arabs, all this stuff. And they're like, nah, yeah, they're just like small bean, normal Jewish guys. And it's like, right, okay, so you're saying that like this, it's been a really normal time in Normal Island, Val. Absolutely. It's so crazy. And they're still not the worst fans in Israel, right? It's like, what is happening? It's Israel's Lazio SS, yeah. They're also the complete embodiment in Zionism in regard to the fans, that the fans always get demolished and have to be evacuated for getting beat up for being racist assholes. Yes, correct. Soccer! With the £2.50. Thank you so much for the Helvetica scenario. Never forget the Helvetica scenario, chat. Thank you so much for donating £2.50. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Whoa! Didn't mean to do that, but I'm always ready for a bit of Mao. So, yes. Absolutely super normal. Thank you for donating, Sorka. Really appreciate that. What did you say? I can read the message anyway. Sorka. Dub the chairman. That was a funny thing about TWT. The first night, a guy like came and spoke to us, and he was like, "Oh, I've just been to China. I've got Chairman Mao's favorite ciggies," and like gave like Joe like a bunch of ciggies, and she fucking tanned all of them like one after the other. It was mad. Sorka tipped $2.50. Curry recipe part 1. 1 large bulb of garlic, 3-inch of ginger, 1 large red onion, 1 small carrot, 1/8 of a red cabbage, tin of diced tomatoes, butter, cream, protein of choice, spices, coriander powder, cumin, turmeric, paprika, cayenne powder. That sounds mamma mia pizza pasta. But it's not pizza pasta, it's curry. So yeah. When you raise Zionists, you basically talk about the Maccabees in a similar manner that Vegeta from DBZ talks about the Saiyans of old, ancient perfect warriors with a birthright that must be reclaimed. Well, yeah, because so the name Maccabi Tel Aviv is bringing that to the whole forefront, right? It's that legend of the Maccabees, who were these like super warriors, but it's Zionism embodied, right? It's like Zionist version of Spartans. It's like, the Jewish people don't really have someone that they can look to in the past that were like super strong because we've been bullied our entire like existence and shit. So let's look at the Maccabees, and the Maccabees were like strong Jews who were like warriors, and they fought, and you know, not like these like embarrassing Holocaust survivors, right? You know, that was the whole fucking Zionist word about it, which was like, yeah, we need to have like a strong, you know, hench Jewish people that are like, you know, what was the words that Max Nordau said about Jews living in the so-called diaspora? Was that like, yeah, they're like hollow-chested and weak and all this shit, and it's like, oh my god, just like fucking mental, like the way that they talk about it. But yes, that's a great point to talk about, Husker. So that's what the Maccabees are trying to like invoke this image of, this like idea, like a warrior Jewish sort of like supremacist kind of society, you know? The Maccabees were the guys who resisted the Seleucids. That's why we do Hanukkah, right? Exactly, yeah. But Zionists have them as this, like, you know, I guess, like, you know, and like, we should all aspire to be the Maccabees kind of thing, you know what I mean? So Aston Villa, Tel Aviv, Maccabi, they were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that, bro. That sounds way too dangerous. We're gonna fuck it off.
Aston Villa host Maccabi Tel Aviv in Birmingham next month. No fans of the Israeli team will be there. That's how things stand for now, at least, after a decision by police and the city council to ban Maccabi supporters, saying the fixture posed too much of a risk. That's a bad call, according to the Prime Minister. Keir Starmer has decried anti-Semitism on Britain's streets, and the government is giving every possible indication that it wants the decision overturned.
That's correct, Mia, yes.
Involved in the operational decisions of any police force or any policing decisions, but it's important for us to have a view on this because it is so important, and to say that it's the wrong decision is quite right. We have confidence, of course, in the West Midlands Safety Advisory Group and indeed the Chief Constable, but it's really important to say when we think they've got that wrong.
Yes, the fucking cops. The cops were like, this is why I framed it the way that I framed it, because the cops were literally like, this is going to be a lot of work if we let these fucking psychos come to this city. We're going to have to arrest a load of people and do so much paperwork. We don't want to do that. That's literally what it is. And it was the council. The council were like, yes, this sounds like a good decision. Police, what do you think? Yes, we also think this is a good decision. All of a sudden, all of these like fucking weirdos, like, who is this guy? The fucking like culture secretary? UK culture minister. So this guy is just like a Labour fucking neoliberal piece of shit fascist, and he's like, no, yeah, it's the wrong decision. Why is it the wrong decision? Because the Prime Minister said so, and he loves Israeli money, right? But it's like, do you know who you're defending, bro? Do you know who you're defending? Would you stand with Maccabi Tel Aviv fans while they sing the rape song? Would you do that? And would you sing it along with them? Yeah? You wouldn't. Why wouldn't you do that? Oh, it's bad. You think that's bad? Yeah, lots of us do, bro. So, is it a good decision or is it not?
You on this because it is so important, and to say that it's the wrong decision.
Yeah, Cash Patel vibes, yeah.
In the West Midlands Safety Advisory Group and indeed the Chief Constable, but it's really important to say when we think they've got that wrong.
Like, it is just crazy that the whole line that they've gone with this last week is like, yeah, it's important that we let everybody know that we think that they got it wrong. Why? Why is it important? Why is it important? You could have just sat it out. Do you know what I mean? A decent chunk of them would be fine with it. No, but like, in terms of like popular public opinion, there is like, I don't think that they know. I genuinely don't think that they know what Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are like, and I genuinely think that what this was, because as it turns out, I don't know if they're going to report on this in Al Jazeera, but as it turns out, they were made aware of this. The Home Office was made aware of this a number of weeks ago. So either what's happened is Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, one of the biggest lobbying groups in the UK, has gotten wind of this after the fact and made such an uproar that Keir Starmer is desperately trying to claw back support from the Israeli lobby, right? And I don't think they know. I don't think that they know how bad Maccabi Tel Aviv fans are. I just genuinely don't know. Because it's like, they've made such a noise about this, and if they reverse this ban and Maccabi Tel Aviv fans come to fucking Birmingham and like beat up a bunch of fucking Muslim people and sing the rape song, and people fucking film it and go, this is what our fucking Prime Minister stood up for. It's like a race to the bottom in terms of approval rating, right? It's like a race to the bottom. It's mental.
Decision was influenced by what happened.
The cops got the warning from the intelligence services, so I'm undermining both at the same time. It's just crazy. It's crazy.
Amsterdam last year.
It will kick off. It literally will kick off.
The Israeli side's fans tore down a Palestinian flag, shouted racist chants, and vandalized a taxi. They were then attacked in what Dutch police called hit-and-run assaults. But police clearly want no repeat of that. But Britain's politicians are hypersensitive to anything that smacks of anti-Semitism at the moment. It's just a couple of weeks since 2 Jews were killed during an attack on a Manchester synagogue.
One by the police.
It's not just Keir Starmer that's piled in. The leaders of the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats have criticised the Maccabi ban too.
Keith can't race to the bottom. He's got an extreme head start, yeah.
People that they can't come to watch football because...
Oh, this is mad that they're interviewing Kemi Badenoch. This is crazy. This is crazy. Kemi Badenoch is here being like, yes, the psycho hooligans who sing the rape song are absolutely fine.
We cannot be a country where we tell Jewish people that they can't come to watch football because...
Oh, man. Are you joking me, dude? Like, there is not one person who is normal, who is looking at this shit and being like, yeah, man, everybody hates Jewish people now. Smacks of anti-Semitism is completely meaningless. Like, it's completely meaningless. It's nothing to do with Jewish people. It's literally nothing to do with Jewish people. It's so unrelated to Jewish people. It's everything to do with Israel. It's nothing to do with Jewish people. It's like, it's just crazy that she's out here being like, yeah, this is, like, to be clear, by the way, this is a completely irrelevant political party now. Sorka, thank you so much for the £3.50. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. The £3.50 dono still won't read. It has to be a £5 dono to read the text to speech. So I do apologize, Sorka, but I will read it out again. Sorka tip £3.50. Curry recipe part 2. Fine chop all vegetables. Mix spices. Melt butter on high heat. Toast spices. Add onion. 10 minutes later, add ginger and garlic. 5 minutes, then add cabbage, carrot, and tomato. Cook for an hour. Blitz. Cook for another hour. Add protein until cooked. Hell yeah. That sounds good as hell. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I'm sorry. I should have let you know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, from what I hear, you might be a country where you're not the Conservative Party leader, Kemi. Yeah, exactly. You think she even knows the Tories will 100% dump her before any election? Yeah, that too, right? Like, that too. Jen Prick is about to rob her position, yes. And also, she is in a irrelevant political party. The Green Party now has more members than the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats. Right? They're out of the race. It's over. It's fucking Jova for the Conservatives. Tories are done. It's going to be Reform versus Green, and that's it.
Their security is not going to be looked after. What I want to see is the police finding ways to make sure they can be secure and sending the message to the Islamists and those who are pushing anti-Jewish hatred that this does not happen in the UK.
The Islamists.
Yes, not all Jewish people in the UK.
The Islamists. Whenever someone says that, chat, I'm being so serious. I know that there is like a kind of generic definition to that term in terms of like Wahhabism and shit like that, but I promise you, whenever anyone who is in the Imperial Court uses the word Islamists, they are being directly Islamophobic. They are being directly fucking pieces of shit racists. Labour are the new Conservatives. Basically, yeah. And it's going to be between Reform, the Fascist Party, and the Greens, the Social Democrat Party. That's going to be it.
Being spoken for like this.
It's definitely a decision that needs to be taken as to whether sort of football matches make the broader community safer or less safe when they happen. And this is something that football bodies and the police often make decisions about. So to have this turned into a question of anti-Semitism and whether Jews are welcome in Birmingham is frankly outrageous, and an outrageous example of the conflation of anti-Semitism with a political agenda.
The political pressure may tell, and in some form or other, Maccabi fans could well be at Villa Park on November the 6th. If so, Birmingham, a city that's 30% Muslim, will likely be on edge. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, London.
Yeah, like, despite the complete institutionalized Islamophobia within, you know, the UK, the police are still being like, if these guys come to the UK, if they come to Brum, there is going to be such a fucking focus on Muslim people. It's going to be bad, right? Even the cops who absolutely hate brown people, like without a shadow of a doubt, they're like, this can't happen. It's bad. And that should tell you a fucking lot about what they actually think about fucking Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. Let's have a little look here. Aston Villa fan Andrew Fox says he's received online abuse and even death threats following the decision to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from the match in Birmingham.
However, in the last 24 hours, I've had online death threats over this issue. I was threatened to be stabbed if I went to the game. And, you know, if they can't protect Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, how can they protect my Jewish friends when they're walking around wearing an Aston Villa shirt and a Star of David? How can they protect me when I'm getting death threats?
Wait, what? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Bro. I was threatened to be stabbed if I went to the game.
However, in the last 24 hours, I've had online death threats over this issue. I was threatened to be stabbed if I went to the game. And, you know, if they can't protect Maccabi...
Honorary President, Aston Villa Jewish Villains Supporter Club, Andrew Fox. So that's who this guy is. Right? That's who this person is. And he's like, I was threatened to be stabbed if I went to this game. So he's not saying he was threatened to be stabbed by Israeli Zionists. He's saying... I would be threatened to be stabbed just for going to the game by scary Muslims. Yeah? It's literally not a good name for a club. Jewish Villains is crazy, man. Didn't this guy make up this club yesterday? Is that true? Is that true? No, but it sounds like villains. Like Aston Villa... Villains, the fans call themselves villains, right? Jewish Villains. He made this club up? That's crazy, man. That's crazy, Riolan. That's wild. That's absolutely mental. Yeah, Villians is what the fans are called. Maybe they spell it wrong. I don't know, man. But obviously it would make sense if he's just like made it up yesterday.
Tel Aviv fans. How can they protect my Jewish friends when they're walking around wearing an Aston Villa shirt and a Star of David?
That's a crazy thing to say. That's a crazy thing to say. Who is wearing a fucking Star of David? Like, I don't know. Like, I know I've got Jewish friends who wear a Star of David as like a fucking, what is it? A medallion, right? Like in the same way that someone will wear a cross or some shit like that, right? I've seen that. But like, who is just being like Star of David on my chest? Who's doing that? Who's invoking that fucking Holocaust imagery other than fucking Zionists, right? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
How can they protect me when I'm getting death threats online? You know, this is really serious.
What are you talking about? How can they protect me when I'm getting death threats online? Bro, it is online. It is online. What are you talking about? If you just are online and if you have like a bit of a fucking presence, you're gonna get a death threat. I've had them. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's normal. I'm not saying it's a good thing that happens or anything like that. I think it's inexcusable and it's gross. But like, you're talking about something that is unrelated. Unrelated. I would rather go into a Rangers pub wearing a Celtic shirt than have Maccabi fans on my street. I feel like Rangers fans would even probably fucking respect someone who did that. You know what I mean? They would be like, you've got fucking balls. I feel like that's how that would go down. It'd be like, you're fucking crazy, you got balls. And maybe you'd get like a pint given to you before a good slapping. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's crazy. It's just fucking crazy.
Stuff. So I think the police generally do a great job, but they do owe us a better explanation as to what's actually going on here.
No, it's dead easy. The explanation is these people are fucking scum.
Everyone just wants to go to a football match safely, enjoy the game.
No.
Enjoy our...
No, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans don't want that.
Magnificent stadium at Villa Park, and hopefully see an Aston Villa win, and that's what everyone wants. So without fans in the stadium and the opposing away end, that is going to impair the experience. So I would like to see the local council and the police do everything they can to facilitate this as a normal football game where everyone can enjoy the match in safety.
Absolutely insane. So the reason that I included this is because this is a correction of a previous post that incorrectly identified Mr. Fox as Jewish. So Sky News was going on all around this, all around this fucking shit, parading this guy around to be like, oh, he's a scared Jewish guy. And he's literally just like honorary president. He's not Jewish. He's not even Jewish. He's not even Jewish. But like, that's so spiritually Israeli, right? It's spiritually Israeli because like, what happens all the time with new settlers, right? New settlers will be like Germans who have been Christian their entire fucking life. They've been like Catholic and they just hate brown people and they're like, fuck it. My granddad used to tell me the days of Nazi Germany. I want to live like it was Nazi Germany. I'm going to convert to Judaism and I'm going to go to Israel and I get to kill brown people that I don't like. Right? I'm going to become Jewish so that I can be a fucking racist piece of shit. Like it's spiritually Israeli, this kind of shit. So there you go. That's that.
Politics.
Maccabi Tel Aviv fan ban. Decision should be based on safety, not politics. So they're speaking to Aston Villa fans who don't know anything about this, right? And they're like, what do you think about this thing that you know nothing about? What do you think about this, random Aston Villa fan?
Belongs in football. I think it should be a decision based on, obviously, the safety of our own fans, safety of everybody. I don't think anybody who has any sort of feeling that they're going to come down to Villa Park and say, we're going to cause trouble, we're going to, obviously, protest. I don't think that's right.
I think the Westminster police are scared about everything to do with that. Just let the game go ahead, let the away fans come, and let them enjoy the game. What's wrong?
I think that this guy is a fucking psycho. This guy's a psycho. He wants them to come because he wants a fucking scrap. Are you joking me, dude? Like, you're talking to, like, football fans, and you're talking to a guy that looks like this, wearing a hood like that. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. This guy is itching for a fight. He's like, yeah, I want to beat the shit out of some fucking Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. Do you know what I mean? Like, how out of touch are the people who watch Sky News with, like, don't understand this?
What's wrong with it?
Sport is sport, politics is politics. Keep out of it. Let them come. As long as they behave themselves.
Let them come is such a, like, let them come. Yeah, come at me, bro. British football fans are either chill, normal people or completely feral. Yeah, these last two guys are that second part. For 1,000%. As long as they behave themselves, no problem at all. They're acting like cops. They love to be cops, right?
What's disgraceful is you've got fans who are scared to go to a game from both sides. I think it's appalling, the state of the country, that shows you've got innocent people who just want to attend a football game, and I know people that are not going for their own safety.
I think it's just a shame that people that want to go watch football can't watch football.
I believe the politicians should stay out of it. It's not a political thing, it's a football match. But I do believe the level of security is the most important thing.
So, yeah, this guy is saying politicians should stay out of it. It's a football match, but security matters. So this guy has been trimmed down to this one particular take, and I reckon this guy is fine with the ban. I reckon this guy is like, yeah, they probably should be banned based on what we know of them, but they've cut all that part out just to be like, politicians should stay out of it so that people can think, oh, he's talking about Ayub Khan, who like got this petition signed by like thousands of people to say that Maccabi Tel Aviv shouldn't come to Birmingham, right? But actually, he's probably fucking talking about Keir Starmer. Well, that's what it is. Like, we don't know if those other people that they spoke to were not Villa firm. We just don't know, innit? Just have no idea. Because Sky News reporters are just going to be like, yeah, football fan, whatever. What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? And they're like, yeah, let him come. Yeah, let him come, man. Let him come. Do you know what I mean? Madness. Absolute madness. What do we got here? This is a Newsnight report talking to Ayub Khan, who is one of the independent MPs who is involved with your party. Unfortunately, he's a landlord. He's one of the bad ones. But he's right on this one issue, right? He's right on this issue about, yes, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans should not be coming to Birmingham. So we have done this petition, and this is what we're saying. Now, Newsnight are not going to give him an easy ride because the entire media establishment are against the ban, despite all the depraved, horrible things we know about this fucking horrible club. Let's hear what they got to say.
Distinct issues. One is the safety aspect. And I've made my position very clear that if the police in West Midlands finds it challenging because they simply do not have the resources to ensure safety, then that's one aspect. The second aspect is one of a, as I say, a moral argument that Maccabi Tel Aviv football club should not even be playing
MacBook Club
within this international competition.
Ayub Khan, he is the independent MP for Birmingham Perry Barr, and Villa Park is in his constituency. He's in favour of this decision, as Nick just said, and he joins us now. Welcome, Mr. Khan. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, said the decision's wrong. He said, we won't tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets.
The first thing that he should say is like, well, why does anyone care what Keir Starmer says? Everybody, like, you know, what frustrates me about some politicians nowadays is that, like, you don't understand the temperature of the country. Ayub Khan should be able to say, why does anyone give a shit what Keir Starmer says? Because nobody in the country cares what Keir Starmer says. Why does anybody think that Keir Starmer is acting in the interest of the British people? He's demonstrated time after time that he does not act in the interest of the British people. He's demonstrated time after time that he is happy to be involved with a genocide. Can I send you a few tweets about Andrew Fox? Yes, please, Riolan. You should be able to do it because you're like a regular in the chat. If you get timed out, I'll just give you a a permit.
Welcome the decision. Who's right?
Well, he's clearly wrong.
Okay, that was pretty good. Not gonna lie, wasn't that's good. Okay, I was just saying that, right? I was just saying, like, it should be a response like that. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that.
The Minister said the decision's wrong. He said we won't tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. You welcome the decision. Who's right?
Well, he's clearly wrong. Nobody should tolerate anti-Semitism. That's a position which is consistent across the whole House of Commons, for example. Every parliamentarian will stick with that statement. We all condemned what happened in Manchester. That was clearly anti-Semitic, but we cannot conflate anti-Semitism when we look at what some of these fans did in Amsterdam in 2024. The vile chants of racism and hatred the chance that there are no schools left in Gaza because there are no children left in Gaza. We're talking about violent fans, and I think the Prime Minister should stay out of operational matters. That's not a matter for him sitting in number 10 Downing Street. It's a matter for the local police teams here in Birmingham to make...
This is actually like just a very, very basic and quite reasonable response in terms of like, you know, look, the Prime Minister, this is nothing to do with him. His job is to organize and manage the government and the cabinet to do governance in the country. He is supposed to represent the country. He is not supposed to meddle in the affairs of local councils, right? And that's correct. And I think that if you know, this is Keir Starmer's way of being like, look, I'm like Donald Trump. I'm going to send the National Guard into Birmingham if we can't allow the rape song to be sung all the time, every day by Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. It's just about football. It's just about football. You know, then it's pretty embarrassing because he's not managing to have that kind of an effect. He's not even close. People aren't scared of Keir Starmer even close to how people are scared of Trump in America. Yes, he's deported a bunch of people. Yes, he's cracked down on protest, peaceful protest and direct action. But still, he's a long shot from where we're at with Donald Trump, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, the British government is just Keir's dining table at this point, him and his cronies. Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's completely embarrassing.
And of course, we must ensure that it's not just residents.
Yeah. Villa hardcore hooligans and neo-Nazis. Yeah. For real, it would be an insane night for the cops. Exactly.
Protected and are safe, but fans and players, and including the...
Might get banned from chess.com for telling a Zionist to fuck off. Worth it, Mia.
Some Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, which is obviously abhorrent. This isn't every Maccabi Tel Aviv fan, and this is punishing everyone. I'm interested in your petition. You talk...
Buddy, it is every fucking Maccabi Tel Aviv fan. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're like, no, this isn't every Maccabi Tel Aviv fan. Yes, it is, dude. How do you know? Do you know every Maccabi Tel Aviv fan?
You say that there are rare instances where the political dynamic...
Like, shall we extend this level of grace to Palestinians? Not every Palestinian is in Al-Qassam brigades. So we shouldn't bomb the entire Gaza Strip. Will you do that, BBC? No, you won't.
Dynamics surrounding such spectacles cannot be ignored. What did you mean by political?
So, look, there's a moral argument here as well. We've got to maintain consistency. So, for example, if we've banned Russian teams from participating in sport because of their attack on Ukraine, we can't be selective when it comes to Maccabi Tel Aviv or any Israeli football team. Don't forget, the United Nations Commission has found and has confirmed a genocide. And so there's this moral argument that we must not shy away from.
Yeah, I'm looking.
So this isn't for you about banning people who you say have been violent in Amsterdam, for example. This is for you banning people because they come from a country that is at war in Gaza.
Well, there's two distinct issues. One is the safety aspect. And I've made my position very clear that if the police in West Midlands finds it challenging because they simply do not have the resources to ensure safety, then that's one aspect. The second aspect is one of as I say, a moral argument that Maccabi Tel Aviv football club should not even be playing within this international competition.
But the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans don't speak for the government of Israel, do they?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Fuck you. Who is this lady? I've never seen this lady before in my entire life. They got a new Hasbro bot on the fucking Newsnight broadcast. Who is she?
Well, they don't.
So isn't it anti-Semitic?
They do represent fucking Israel.
Yes, they do.
No, it isn't anti-Semitic to suggest that they do at all. Even if, oh my God, like this is, I hate it so much. It's like what you're saying is that like the genocidal state of Israel that is murdering people en masse every single day, violating ceasefire agreements across the board, bombing countries, sovereign countries, that it has no right to be involved with whatsoever, and you're like, if Maccabi Tel Aviv fans agree with that politics and we're banning them based on that, that's anti-Semitic. Yeah, fuck you, man. Holy shit. The fucking gymnastics. It's mental. Also, correct, Russian football fans didn't, but they all got banned as well. Crazy shit, man.
Absolutely not. And therein lies the conflation. We jump to the issue of anti-Semitism. I mean, for example, the West Midlands police are being labelled as anti-Semitic when you look at the social media. They're doomed if they do.
Hey Val, how's it going?
Doomed if they don't.
So you're saying the Prime Minister's got it wrong when he says we won't tolerate anti-Semitism on our streets. You're saying he's conflating two issues.
Absolutely. I mean, you should look at the video.
Okay, that's wild that she stepped it back there. What is happening at the BBC? What is happening at the BBC?
Footages that came out of Amsterdam. I mean, Amsterdam Council has decided to ban the sports club from participating in the future. I mean, we're talking about some very, very vile fans in that club. And of course, look,
Ayub Khan, all you have to do is say 3 words. The rape song. It's stressing me out so much that the people who are going on TV to defend this decision are not like that. All you have to say is hey, Keir Starmer is defending a bunch of fans who have a chant called the rape song. You can look it up. It's on Twitter. Right? You can look it up. It's right there. It's just all you have to do is that. It's that's who you're making apologies for. They sing death to Arabs. They fucking punch. They do pogroms. They attempt to do pogroms. They tried to do pogroms in Amsterdam. It's as simple as that. It's literally as simple as that.
Will say that there are bound to be a significant number of fans that just want to enjoy football.
Same thing happened to Israel when they placed in Asia, yeah.
To decipher which are the fans that are not going to cause problems vis-a-vis those that will.
Correct, Rat Acid.
Thank you so much for coming on the programme and sharing.
Interesting. 4 minutes for Ayub Khan there to say his piece. What do we got here? We've got some more sources. This is DW News, which I think is German. I think we established that a little while ago. Let's take a look at this. Maccabi fans banned from European away game. Let's see what DW News says. Israeli clubs fans aren't allowed at the match against Aston Villa. Locals say the fixtures are high risk. Local police. Decision is based on current intelligence and previous incidents. 2024 violent clashes marred Maccabi's Europa League game against Ajax. Amsterdam police made more than 60 arrests. And by the way, this is being reported as 10 arrests by UK media. So UK media is more fucking Zionist than German media. Just absolutely mental. Didn't they ban Liverpool fans from going abroad the other year? Yeah, probably. What is the rape song? I can't find anything about it. Any more context for searching? I'll find it for you. Find it for you right now. There it is. So this guy, BM, is an anti-Zionist Israeli who speaks Hebrew, obviously. Posts a lot of anti-Zionist content, translates Hebrew from various different, Zionist fascist sources. Here's another Maccabi Tel Aviv fan song from the last time Maccabi Tel Aviv fans visited the Netherlands. It's a hate song against the team's biggest rival in Israel, Hapoel Tel Aviv, who's considered a leftist team. They're not leftists. The name of the song, according to the Maccabipedia fan website, is The Rape Song, and the lyrics are really fucked up. You act like you're so radical, singing songs about the Holocaust, and think it's cool to renounce the state. You're the Arabs' whores. We're ashamed of you. At the end of the day, Gate 5, we will fuck you, and we will drink your blood. In the town square, we will hang every communist who comes here, and they're not communists. We will take your girls who love to party, and we'll We will shout, today is death, Hapoel, today is death. And that's what they're chanting here, apparently. It bugged me that I couldn't find a video of the entire genocidal song, but then came Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. They arrived at Ben Gurion Airport, fleeing from the fake pogrom, and started singing the entire song, Ole, 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 let the IDF win and fuck the Arabs. Ole, 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 ole. Why is school out in Gaza? There are no children left there. Like, they literally chant about fucking... like, yay, it's so good that there are no Palestinian children left. It's so good that Israel killed them all. You know, we're going to sexually assault their you know, the people that we don't like. You know? It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, protest took place before Maccabi's last European away match. Under heavy police protection, around 100 Maccabi fans attacted. British... UEFA wants Maccabi fans at the game, but said in all cases the competent local authorities remain responsible for decisions related to the safety and security of matches. Yeah. Hey, Star Spangled Shitlog. UEFA has resisted banning Israeli clubs from its competitions amid Donald Trump's peace plan for Gaza. Crazy shit. What do we got here? 2 minutes. Ed Miliband. Here he is. Here he is. Ban on Maccabi Tel Aviv fans at Aston Villa game questioned by Ed Miliband. Let's hear what Bacon Sarnie Ed has got to fucking say about it.
3 days since football fans from Tel Aviv were banned from attending a match in Birmingham, and the political...
3 days. They were talking about this for 3 days. It's been like a week and they're still talking about it. It's fucking mental.
Row is still brewing.
Why this morning does the ban still stand?
Well, look, we are working with the relevant authorities on this issue. The best outcome we want to see is that this match goes ahead as normal with all of the fans there.
That's insane. Ed, please, I beg you, dude, get out of that party, man. He won't. He's a fucking liberal, but... oh, it's just like so... mental. Like all the stuff that we've just looked at, it was 2 seconds that we were just like looking at that shit, like the vile, disgusting things that they chant and the facts that they cause violence every fucking where that they go. And it's just like they're just like, no, they should be allowed to come here. They should be allowed to come here.
Aston now a no-go area for Jews?
No, and it can't be. And I'm very, very clear about that. And look, I believe we...
But what does that even mean? Trevor Phillips is like, is Aston Villa a no-go zone for Jews? And Ed Miliband's like, no, it can't be. And it's like, what do you mean it can't be? You're saying that there's no Jewish people in fucking Aston Villa fucking fans right now. What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean? What do you mean, dude?
We as a country...
It's disgusting. Every single time our fucking statesmen talk about this shit, they reduce Jewish people down to Israelis. It's like, no, Jewish people are just Israelis. Every Jewish person is an Israeli. Like, it's so deeply offensive. There are so many fucking Jewish people who are like, I want nothing to do with that fucking psycho country. Like, it's completely insane.
We pride ourselves on our diversity, but also our tolerance and our hatred of prejudice, frankly.
Yeah, it's exactly like that, right?
Villa fans in North London to watch their team play Tottenham Hotspur were talking about the decision to ban fans of the Israeli side from Villa Park, officially made on safety.
No, they weren't. They weren't talking about it. You just fucking made them talk about it. They probably didn't give a shit.
Advice, but following campaigning by the pro-Gaza local MP, who cited strength of feeling about Israel.
I don't think politics belongs in football. I think it should just be...
Oh, this is the same fucking thing that we saw before. They're just like the same people that they interviewed. Okay.
At a conference of Jewish and Muslim women looking to build bridges, a feeling that this is a wider debate about how to deal with tensions unleashed by October the 7th and the Gaza war.
Yeah, pro-Gaza is wild. A pro-Gaza MP. Like, what are you on about? What do you mean? What's it got to do with that?
This football match
to my mind, is not only about football. It's about the whole conflict playing out here. And to me, it does feel anti-Semitic. It does feel like...
Oh, shut up. I don't care. Fuck off. To me, it does feel anti-Semitic. You know how it's like, it's always like that, right? It feels anti-Semitic, right? There's never, ever, like, a clear and cut anti-Semitism thing when it comes to shit like this, right? The Manchester synagogue attack, absolutely. Carried out by a guy who hates Jews, 100%. And probably the cop that shot that fucking Jewish person also hates Jews. It's always like, oh, it feels anti-Semitic. Yeah, it feels anti-Semitic to me. It's like, right, well, can you, like, evidence where you're coming from with that? Like, what is your evidence for that? Yeah, to me, it feels like you're a fucking psycho-fascist. And, like, this poor fucking hijabi lady, like, is sat there. Like, I want to hear what she's got to say.
Israel's being singled out here. I don't think it...
Oh, my God! It feels like Israel's being singled out here. I can't believe this, man. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. At this point, like, who is watching this and just being like, oh, yeah, man, you know what? Like, after everything, Israel is just like a little small bean country. It's being singled out. It's being bullied, isn't it? It's being bullied, isn't it? It's just wild. Yeah, like, people in Gaza are being genocide. There's no question. It's not like a feeling that people have. It's like, no, it's evidence that's happening. It's been happening for fucking decades. Where are the Jewish folks to whom this doesn't feel anti-Semitic? Because they understand that Israel is not the Jews of the world. Right, exactly. It's just like...
football. It is to try to punish people who are perceived to be the enemy. What comes next?
What?
Could it be that Muslims aren't allowed to attend a football match because of the area that it's in? It's
right, but there's like a huge fucking difference here. Sorry. I'm sorry, but there's like a huge fucking difference here. We live in a world where Muslims would absolutely be banned from attending a football match if the state just decided that. Here's the thing. Let's look at a real thing that happened. Proposed UK Islamophobia definition allows for right to criticise religion, source says. Source says working group stuck to requirement that definition must not interfere with freedom of speech. What is this about? A new definition of Islamophobia, this is literally today's news, is being considered by UK ministers, is expected to protect freedom to criticise Islam. We're changing the definition of Islamophobia so that you can criticise Islam. Can you imagine if this was any other, like any other fucking form of discrimination? We're changing the definition of homophobia to protect the freedom to criticize homosexuality. Right? Like, what are you talking about? The government launched a working group in February to define unacceptable treatment, prejudice, discrimination, and hate targeting Muslims or anyone who's perceived to be Muslims. It's understood the working group submitted its report this month to the Community Secretary, Steve Reed, the fucking housing minister, laying out a non-statutory definition of Islamophobia. The report is private and the government may choose not to publish it or to drop the project entirely. If it goes ahead, the proposed definition is expected to be put to a consultation. The thing is, chat, is that they already have a working definition of Islamophobia from the all-party parliamentary group on British Muslims, which included the statement, Islamophobia is rooted in racism and is a type of racism that targets expressions of Muslimness or perceived Muslimness. Right? More than 50 English councils also adopted the definition research by the think tank Civitas, but the Conservative government did not. So, Labour adopted this fucking working definition under Keir Starmer's leadership. Oh, wait, no, not under Keir Starmer's leadership. This is under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. So they're like getting rid of that, right? They're getting rid of it. They're like, we're not doing this anymore. We're having a new definition of Islamophobia that allows people to be able to criticize it. Like, what are you talking about, man? What are you fucking talking about? This is a gift to the far right. That is what is happening here. So, you know, if you want to talk about like, oh, well, you know, if we allow this to happen, then maybe they'll do Islamophobic stuff. They're already doing Islamophobic stuff. They're already doing that.
Let's turn to the football.
Some more Ed Miliband here.
The Prime Minister, a leader of the opposition, Sir Ed Davey, Nigel Farage, all say it's wrong that the fans of the Israeli club Maccabi Tel Aviv should be banned from attending a match in Birmingham. Why this morning does the ban still stand?
Well, look, we are working with the relevant authorities on this issue. I think the principle here, Trevor, is we do not want a situation where people of a particular faith or from a particular country can't come to a football match because of their faith, because of where they're coming from. And so the best outcome we can, the outcome we want to see is that this match goes ahead as normal with all of the fans there. This was obviously an operational concern that the police had. I think it's important to proceed sensitively here. We're working with the police and the relevant authorities to ensure the match can go ahead with all the fans from both teams attending.
Well, there are two questions here. First of all, has anybody in government actually considered whether this is legal? Because
what are you? What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it, man. Trevor Phillip is just like, has anyone ever considered it might be illegal? What do you want to do? The police did it. What are you talking about? Yes, it's fucking legal.
Looking back to a previous existence of mine, I suspect that banning Israeli the fans of an Israeli club might be unlawful under the Equality Act.
No, it wouldn't. What do you mean? If there was a group of fans who were from fucking Saudi Arabia, a football team in Saudi Arabia that like do violence and they were banned from being here, they would not be protected under the fucking Equality Act for being violent fucking hooligans. What are you talking about?
Because it applies a condition to a particular group of people.
Well, look, I'm not sort of, I don't know about that question, but I think the question really for us is to make sure that the match can go ahead with all of the fans there.
All right.
And that's what we're working towards. I think, you know, from across the political spectrum, people said it was not the right decision. But we've got to understand the police make operational decisions about matters. We now are working with them, with the local authorities and others.
And the question that I think many people will be asking is, maybe there may be operational decisions, there might be resources, but there is a major matter of principle here, which everybody agrees. You guys are the government.
Yes.
Police are answerable to the government. Why hasn't it been...
No, dude, you can't fucking sit there and be like,
hello, me old chum.
Thanks for the follow. Yeah, you just like should go to Birmingham police and be like, we're the government. We're going to tell you not to do it. Because that's crazy. That's a crazy fucking overreach, man. Like, what in living shit are you talking about? You're talking about, like, the government is not elected to be like, we're going to take charge of football crimes. Like, what do you mean? Like, what the fuck are you fucking saying? Haig!
Decided that whatever it takes, the principle of equality and freedom should be the thing that matters most here.
Well, I am.
What do you mean? The freedom to do what? Chant the rape song?
Saying that's the principle that matters.
So what you're telling me is that come what may, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans will.
I'm not going to say come what may, but I'm giving you a very, very clear indication of what we are working towards, which is that the fans from both teams can attend the match.
Here's the thing. Here's what Labour are doing. They're trying to appease Israel. They're doing it really badly. Yeah. They're also trying to appease, fucking Sky News. They're also trying to stay in the election that may happen in fucking 5 years or whatever. They're trying to stay relevant in the face of actual opposition from the Green Party, which is going to be their main opposition probably if things keep going the way that they're going. So it's where are we up to? What is happening? The Labour Party is hey, we should definitely let Maccabi Tel Aviv fans do stuff. And they're also trying to appease fascists, right? They're also trying to check about a fascist's going to enjoy this decision. Yes, they probably will, because fascists love Israel and Maccabi Tel Aviv. But they're just not doing well in any way, shape, or form. They're floundering in so many different ways. They're pissing everybody off. Absolutely fucking everybody. The fascists don't like them because they're not fascist enough. Israel doesn't like them because they're oh, you haven't done enough to stop anti-Semitism in your country. And obviously that's not true. It's just anti-Israel sentiment. And obviously everybody else hates them because they're just the worst fucking neoliberal government of all time. Possibly worse than Thatcher. I don't know if that's possible, but it could be. Triangulation, right? It's just crazy. Hey, Beanie Gaby. Yeah, asking, have you checked if this is legal, and could the government maybe just go over and overrule this in the space of 5 minutes is wild. Yeah, it's just insane. It's completely insane. Attend the match. The match is still happening. I assumed it wouldn't. Right, yeah. It is. The match is still happening, yeah. It wouldn't be the first time a football club has been affected by their fans' actions. Right, this is what I mean. This is the crazy thing. This is the crazy making thing. It's just such a normal fucking thing to happen in the UK, where a football club is told, you're not coming here, you're too violent, your fans are too violent. It happens all the time. And it's just because it's Israel. It's just because it's a team from fucking Israel that they're oh my God, this is so bad. It's so racist. It's so bad.
Okay, well, let me just put it this way. Who does everybody think is at risk here? Is it the Tel Aviv Maccabi fans, or Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, or is it the people in Birmingham who are at risk from those fans? How's this been explained?
Well, look, my understanding, as I understand it, the police make these decisions about, could there be public safety issues associated with a match? And that's the basis of the decision. I think we saw some issues at an
IX. We live in a police state. You guys are in charge. Why aren't you telling the police?
It's not the fans' actions that they're worried about it's the local community's actions. Nobody's at risk from the fans.
Yeah, of course you think that. That's because you're 12. A 12-year-old would think that. You've just listened to the mainstream media opinion and you've gone, that sounds correct, so I'm just going to repeat that uncritically. And of course you've done that because you're 12. You're spiritually and mentally 12.
Whatever they need to do, they must do.
I think we're saying very clearly, Trevor, that we want, as I've said a number of times, the match to go ahead with all of the fans attending. I think in any of these questions of public safety, football matches, and after all, there's this isn't the first football match where, issues have been raised. You've got to work with the relevant local authorities, the police authorities, to find a way forward, and that's what we're going to do.
All right, look, there's another separate piece to this puzzle. The petition that was launched by the local MP, Ayub Khan, independent MP, to have the match banned or moved to another country was signed by 3,987 individuals. The petition says, I'm quoting here, this is not a normal match. And one reason that's given is that the Maccabi fans are arriving in, I'm quoting again, Aston.
Yeah, of course they do, Husker.
Predominantly Muslim community. Is Aston now a no-go area for Jews?
No. And it can't be. And I'm very, very clear about that. And look, I believe we as a country...
It hasn't happened in hockey as far as I am aware, but I know some curling beefs that got to that point and fans had to be barred. That's the most Canadian thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Curling beef. Curling is like... You don't even like... Like, the teams don't even, like, come together in curling, right? Like, they're not even on, like, the same fucking, like, playing field. Like, curling is like, you have, like, a big line. It's like bowling. It's like a bowling alley. They don't even touch. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Canada's fucking crazy, man.
Pride ourselves on our diversity, but also our tolerance and our hatred of prejudice, frankly. And so, you know, we cannot have a situation where...
Yeah, the Labour Party hates prejudice. That's why we've changed the definition of Islamophobia so that you could criticise Islamophobia.
Any area.
You could criticise Islam, sorry.
It's a no-go area for people of a particular religion or from a particular country. And we've got to stamp out all forms of prejudice.
Buddy, we banned Russia, like literally, we banned Russian fucking fans from coming to games because of the war with Ukraine. Like, the double standards are so obvious to everybody all around.
Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, wherever we find them.
Well, this Member of Parliament gets together a petition, 4,000 odd people sign it. And as far as one can make out, at this moment, whatever you're working towards, at this moment, he has created a situation where whatever it would be, 10,000 or 1,000 or 10,000 Israeli fans cannot come into this area. And he is specific that part of the reason is that this is a predominantly Muslim community.
Well, look, I profoundly...
Is he in any way justified?
No. I profoundly disagree with that approach, with what is being said in that petition.
You can also disagree that the moon is real. It doesn't mean that you're right. You can disagree that babies are born through the vagina or whatever. Like, you could disagree that fucking the world is round, right? It doesn't mean that you're right. Like, what are you talking about?
Because that cannot be the basis on which our country operates. And look, I actually think for the vast majority of people and the vast majority...
Also, like, what is happening? The ticker here is like, Ed Miliband, Aston is not a no-go area for Jews. So it's like, yeah, you're saying it out loud. Like, yeah, like even though Ed Miliband here is trying to carry water for Israel and trying to appease Israel, right? The ticker is like, oh, don't worry, it's fine. Aston is not a no-go area for Jews. Ed Miliband said so, right? But also, like, who is that being communicated to? Is it being communicated to Israelis who are watching this? And they're just going to be like, he's lying, right? Crazy. Don't be silly, mule. The baby comes out the belly button. Babies aren't real. See, my chat knows this is it. I disagree on watching djmuel on twitch.com right now. That's right. I'm Donkus Jonkus.
Majority of places in our country, it isn't the way we operate.
Donkus Jonkus Mule.
Let's not sort of take one petition and say it paints a picture of our country. I don't think it is the fair picture of our country.
Oh my God. It is, though. The majority of people agree with the ban. What are you talking about?
But he won an election on this. We've heard recently Robert Jenrick on his views on Handsworth as essentially a community which is
he said there weren't white people, as I understand it.
Yeah, but what I think Jenrick was...
That's so funny. That's so funny that he brought that up. Like, watching a Labour politician being like, you know, an apologist for this, like, insanely racist, fascist, Zionist country. And then at the same time being like, yeah, but Robert Jenrick's a fascist and he said there's no white people in Handsworth. what he's referring to, in case any non-British chatters don't know what's going on, Robert Jenrick, the leader of, he's in the Conservative Party. He did like a tweet recently and he was like, I went to Handsworth and there's no white people there. It's just all black and Muslims everywhere. It's not Britain anymore and all this stuff, right? And it's actually hilarious that amongst this like apologia for Islamophobia that is absolutely the case from from Maccabi Tel Aviv fans, he's being like, yeah, but Robert Jenrick is a racist, right? It's like, come on, man.
On his views on Handsworth as essentially a community which
he said there
separate.
weren't white people, as I understand it.
Yeah, but what I think Jenrick was trying to say was that this was a community which in some ways is segregated, has its own values. And the reason I'm asking you about this MP, this is who they voted for in this area.
Hey, Maracas score, man.
In terms that the problem here is that this is a Muslim community and this team and its fans are in some way alien.
The vast majority of Muslim people in this country would disassociate themselves from those remarks, frankly, Trevor. And look, integration is, as you know, but as well as I do, because of your work on these questions, integration is not something you can ever take for granted, and it's something you always have to keep working on.
That's interesting. Labour are changing the definition of Islamophobia to mean that you can now criticize the religion, making it completely pointless. And yet they are saying Muslims are okay. We're living in this mad, fucking topsy-turvy, bizarro world land at the minute, where it's like the existence of a progressive, eco-socialist party like the Green Party is pushing the Overton window to the left so much that the centrist neoliberal status quo party is like, yeah, we kind of got to do a little bit of what they're doing, but also if we admit that we're doing bad stuff, then we might end up in The Hague. Like, that's where we're up to, right? You know what I mean?
You know, I do think there's something important here, which is not to talk down our country or suggest that somehow our country, to paint a picture of it which is so far from the truth. That's not the way I think about Britain.
Okay. As a person of Jewish heritage, do you detect a whiff of anti-Semitism here?
You're our token Jew. What do you think? We won't let you on the programme again if you disagree.
I don't know about this petition. I think we've always got to be vigilant against anti-Semitism, and I think the reason why Keir Starmer and others were right to call this out is we can never have a situation where people, because they happen to support an Israeli team, and obviously, you know, many of them be Jewish, many of the fans will be Jewish, somehow, you know, are kind of barred from coming to the UK or barred from supporting their team. And vigilance against anti-Semitism, so, you know, the tragic events in Manchester that we saw, we have to redouble our efforts against all forms of prejudice and all forms of hatred.
Well, let me put it another way.
That's where it's all coming from, right? They're like, yeah, these quotes popping up at the bottom are so insane. It's like an "I think you should leave" bit, right? Yeah, it's because Israel is doing genocide. Like, they're not even like talking about that even remotely. It's just fucking so crazy making. I looked up Handsworth. It's also a working class area, Birmingham. Are UK racists just pointing to ethnic working class ideas in poor cities and crying foul? Yes, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Like I said, Robert Jenrick went to Handsworth and just went, wow, look, there's no white people here, but there are white people in Handsworth. He just like selectively videoed a bunch of like hijabi women wearing niqabs, you know, the odd woman in a burqa. And it's like, you know?
So, you know, there are lots of football teams in different,
Morgana.
different countries who have been in some kind of ruck or another, hooligans. And a lot of our own football teams, including the one I myself support, have a history of this. Do you think that the particular issue that has been raised about this team and this match is in any way rooted in anti-Semitism?
Oh my God, dude, you were literally like, oh, other teams have behaved like this. Yes, and they've been banned. Their fans have been banned from going to games. Like, you missed a huge thing here, dude. You omitted a massive part of the fucking reality of what you're talking about. You were just like, well, you know, everyone's nasty. Every football team has a rape song. Every football team has a song where they talk about raping people they don't like. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know about who the question of who's raising it. I mean, I definitely don't think that's the police are simply trying to...
Right, exactly. Even if it was true, who cares, Maracas? Yeah, correct.
Around public order and public safety. I'm sure that's what the local authority concern is. But I think what we can't do, and this is why it's important to do everything we can to make sure the match can go ahead with fans of all teams, is make any set of people from any race, from any religion, from any ethnic background feel unwelcome in Britain. That is not the principle that I believe in. It's not the principle you believe in or the British people believe in.
Right. But...
Let's talk about your...
But it's not about that. It's about the safety of people in Birmingham. It's about the safety of people in the local area, whether they're football fans or not. It's about whether the police have the resources to deal with what could happen if this team comes to town. So, you know, that's kind of the end of it, dude. That's kind of the end of it. And it's kind of the end of the stream as well, chat. It's kind of the end of the stream as well. There's only so much of that I can look at. We'll pick up this tomorrow. We got more about this to talk about tomorrow. We have also got a bunch of stuff to be checking out tomorrow about Zach Polanski and Zohran Mamdani. We're going to be having a look at the debate and all that kind of stuff. Debate. That's a funny word when you think about it. We're going to go and raid another streamer, so stick around because it's always nice when a big bunch of us end up in another chat, isn't it? It's always nice when that happens. It makes me look cool, it makes you look cool, and it makes all of us look cool. Now, who are we going to go and raid? Excuse me. Let's go and raid Helena. She is looking at Zach Polanski on Robert Peston, which is interesting. Join us for the raid. Don't forget, I've got all kinds of bonus content that you can check out and extra content in the meantime. You can go to my YouTubes, you can go to my socials, you could go to the VOD channel, which I will update as soon as I can. Go and check it all out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the follows. It was a great first stream back after a break. Thank you for being here in the chat, and thank you for lurking as well. I will see you all in the next stream, which will be tomorrow, 6 p.m. UK time. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Mwah.
Funky drums,